Chapter 1094. The Long River of Time. Millions of hectares of river water emitted a brilliant light as the epic and tragic stories of history continued to reappear. Zhou walked on the waves alone and went down the long river of time. Then, at a certain point, he broke through the barrier and returned to the present world. At this moment, he was still in the chaos from before. 100 years in the long river of time was only a moment in the real world. The long river of time is indeed the long river of time. It's the best place to cultivate. At this moment, Zhou also expressed his understanding of Heavenly Emperor Huang's rapid rise to the immortal emperor level. If a quasi-immortal emperor could create his own immortal emperor technique, he could be considered an immortal emperor. However, at this time, the immortal emperor level was not very stable. Sometimes he would stand at the immortal emperor level, and sometimes he would fall. Heaven Emperor Huang was at this level when he was defeated by Corpse Immortal Emperor. Zhou was very sure that the Corpse Immortal Emperor was contaminated by the black blood in high heaven at this level. This was because the Emperor's state was unstable at this time. However, when did Corpse Immortal Emperor completely perfect his Immortal Emperor technique and stand at the Immortal Emperor level? The answer was the endless years he sealed himself. Corpse Immortal Emperor spent an unknown amount of time perfecting his Immortal Emperor technique, but Heaven Emperor Huang skipped this step because of the special nature of the long river of time. From this, one could see how powerful the cultivation environment of a place like the long river of time was. However, not everyone could go to the long river of time. To be able to enter the long river of time, one needed to be at least an immortal king. As for staying in the long river of time to cultivate, it would probably require some very special methods, such as the palace set up by Without End Immortal King and Sixth Dao Reincarnation Immortal King in the long river of time, or Heaven Emperor Huang's Immortal Emperor technique. Let's not think about this anymore. I have some confidence in the sixth secret realm. It's time to put it into practice. With a thought, Zhou true fate appeared. Gu Ji's true fate cultivated the Grand Mist Master Universe's cultivation system. Moreover, he had cultivated to the Heavenly God realm, which was equivalent to a true immortal. However, his cultivation system had already short-circuited at this point, and there was no way forward. Speaking of which, based on the Grand Tao laws given by Huang Tiandi and the scripture of his sixth secret realm, I've managed to deduce a way to reach the Celestial King level using this system. Zhou carefully looked at his clam true fate. With a thought, he immediately transferred the promotion method into the clam true fate. Buzz! Very quickly, the aura of the true fate of Mole Mantis grew stronger as his cultivation increased. Countless runes imprinted themselves on his body. They were too resplendent as they pierced through him. At the same time, immortal light rushed into the heavens from between his brows. The radiance passed through his skull, illuminating a large expanse of primal chaos. It was like the first streak of divine light that separated heaven and earth, dazzling and dazzling. One could see that between the brows of the true fate of Mole Mantis, his nascent soul was holding a jade-green bloodshed golden pill in its hands. It was sitting cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. However, in the next moment, the bloodshed golden pill began to vibrate. The entire golden pill surged with jade-green light. Almost all of the power within the golden pill was stimulated, and then all of it condensed into the nascent soul. Ever since the true fate of Mole Mantis cultivated to the true immortal realm, Zhou had been thinking about how to proceed on this system's immortal king path. This was because he instinctively felt that there should be a way out for this system, and it shouldn't be stuck in the true immortal realm. Before, because his accumulation wasn't deep enough, Zhou had been unable to successfully create this system's immortal king path. But now, after seeing Huang Tiandi's Tao and laws, Zhou had benefited greatly. He had even deduced this system's immortal king path from it. Boom! At this moment, the true fate of Mole Mantis was too dazzling. The bloodshed golden pill completely vaporized, and all of its essence merged into the nascent soul. The light between his brows was like a sun, shining through the sea of chaos. The chaos surged, and terrifying fluctuations constantly fluctuated, but the true fate of Mole Mantis didn't care at all. It just sat quietly in the same place, as if instinctively following Zhou Tong's guidance to open up this cultivation system's immortal king path. Crack! Suddenly, heaven and earth exploded. The true fate of Mole Mantis's body glowed. The gate of potential in his body was completely opened. Mysterious essence rose from the gate of potential, and together with the bloodshed golden pill, they merged into the nascent soul. In an instant, the light was unprecedentedly bright. The vast soul power seemed to be burning, illuminating the chaos. The immortal king path is now connected. The true fate of Mole Mantis suddenly roared. He used everything to forcefully continue to break the path, taking an unprecedented step and opening up a new world for himself and this cultivation system. Boom! The sound of Tao between heaven and earth rumbled, as if a new era had begun. In the true fate of Mole Mantis's forehead, there was a ball of light that wrapped around a small person. He sat there, invulnerable to all spells and invincible. He seemed to be surrounded by flames, but if one looked closely, they were not ordinary flames, but the fire of the primordial spirit, the fire of the great Tao. This was the continuation of the Golden Pill's immortal king cultivation system. It allowed the originally separated bloodshed golden pill and nascent soul to merge, resulting in a new transformation. This was the intertwining of the heavenly god's power and the soul, the convergence of the body's potential. This thing was a bit similar to the sixth secret realm of the Huang, celestial emperor, God watching you. In fact, it was because he saw the sixth secret realm of the Huang, celestial emperor, that Zhou Tong was able to connect the broken path and take this unprecedented step. However, Zhou Tong also understood that this step was completely different from the third secret realm of the Huang, celestial emperor. This was because the heavenly god's power and the heaven shrouding mantra's power were completely different in nature. The heaven shrouding mantra also did not have the nascent soul step. Naturally, the result of the fusion was also completely different. He was only inspired by the third secret realm of the Huang, celestial emperor, but he did not copy it completely. Boom! Finally, the chaos erupted. Endless light and great Tao runes crushed down on the true fate of Mole Mantis. These runes were the rules of the heavens and the order of heaven and earth. At this moment, they appeared together to judge the true fate of Mole Mantis. The immortal king tribulation had arrived. The true fate of Mole Mantis was bathed in the immortal king tribulation. The endless light of the great Tao pierced the true fate of Mole Mantis's head. However, the small person in the true fate of Mole Mantis's forehead did not move. He sat quietly in the sea of consciousness. When the endless great Tao runes approached, they were immediately burned by the primordial spirit fire and turned into nourishment for the true fate of Mole Mantis, causing his aura to become even more terrifying and powerful. The immortal king tribulation bombarded for a few days before it slowly stopped. The true fate of Mole Mantis officially connected the broken path and successfully ascended to the immortal king realm. Chapter 1095. I've finally connected the broken path and successfully advanced to the immortal king realm. A smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. This is the first time I've relied on my own comprehension to connect a new system. Obviously, Zhou Tong was quite proud of himself for advancing to the immortal king realm. His other systems were either directly copied from other worlds or researched by a group of people. However, this mole cricket's true fate was connected by him alone. In the process of connecting the broken path, Zhou Tong might have consulted Heavenly Emperor Huang's method, but Heavenly Emperor Huang's method only gave Zhou Tong a hint. The real core was completed by Zhou Tong himself. It's time to return to the 10 heavenly ring. With a thought, Zhou Tong's true fate returned to his 10 heavenly ring. After advancing to the immortal king realm, The mole cricket's true fate's comprehension of time and space was completely different from before. Even the mole cricket's innate sensitivity to time and space was completely different. At this moment, as soon as the mole cricket's true fate entered the 10 heavenly ring, it instantly grasped the fluctuations of time and space within the 10 heavenly ring. Moreover, it immediately grasped the entire world in its hands. Oh, this feeling, it seems like it really has the methods of the god kings and empyreans in the primordial space. Jotong's eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt that his mole cricket's true fate seemed to have completely connected with his 10 heavenly ring. He could easily mobilize the various origin divine powers within the 10 heavenly ring. This feeling was something he had never felt before. Although the mole cricket's true fate had the cultivation of a true immortal, it had never had the feeling of controlling space like this. Even with the 10 heavenly ring, it was impossible. But now, although there was no such feeling in the outside world, the 10 heavenly ring already had this feeling. Could it be that this cultivation system is really helpful for the cultivation of the Tao of time and Tao of space? Jotong was extremely surprised. Could it be that he had accidentally found the most suitable true fate for this cultivation system? Speaking of which, if the life forms of the grand Miss Space's main universe were like me, then wouldn't it be easier for them to reach the God King or Empyrean realm? Jotong couldn't help but think. However, there was no chance to test this idea, at least not for the time being. Forget it. I don't have time to think about these things anymore. It's time to study the sixth secret realm. The way to completely solve the problem of darkness corrosion must be in the sixth secret realm. Jotong quickly discarded all the guesses in his mind. He sat down in the chaos and started to study the sixth secret realm wholeheartedly. He didn't return to Jiutian. To be precise, he didn't plan to return to Jiutian before he dealt with the dark corrosion. He didn't want to bring dark matter back to his hometown. I'm not far from opening the sixth secret realm. All I need to do is to perfect the details. Jotong pondered. According to Jotong's previous calculations, his sixth secret realm was the true fate that he cultivated. Every true fate was a hidden fate formed by cultivating the divine sovereign scripture. After bathing in the light of reincarnation from the reincarnation mirror, they were fused into the divine embryos of the 10 vicious beasts in the grotto heaven. Finally, the hidden fate was turned into true fate. Strictly speaking, every true fate was equivalent to one of Jotong's lives. There is nothing more suitable for his sixth secret realm than these true fates. Choosing the true fate of the 10 vicious beasts as the sixth secret realm was something that came naturally. The only thing that was lacking was the way to continue the path. However, after Heavenly Emperor Huang had unreservedly displayed his Tao path in front of him, Jotong roughly understood how to open his own sixth secret realm. Of course, even without Heavenly Monarch Huang's path of cultivation, Jotong could still learn the secrets of the sixth secret realm. He just needed to spend a little more time because he already knew what his sixth secret realm was a long time ago. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. During these thousands of years, Jotong kept on learning his sixth secret realm. During this period, he solved one problem after another, and the calculations of the sixth secret realm proceeded in an orderly manner. During this period, the dark matter had also retaliated, but everything was suppressed by Jotong. With the improvement of his cultivation, the improvement of his attainments, and even his adaptation to the dark matter, the remaining dark matter's influence on him was now very weak. Almost every time he removed a part of the dark matter, the next attack will be delayed by a few years. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Just as Jotong expected, his body was slowly adapting to the dark matter, and the dark matter was gradually becoming less and less effective on him. However, to Jotong's surprise, no matter how he removed and purified the dark matter, he couldn't get rid of it completely. Even if he managed to remove it completely, it would not take long for it to pop up again. Another 10,000 years passed. At this time, Jotong, who was fully focused on the sixth secret realm, finally opened his eyes. Today is the day to open the sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong shouted. Instantly, the sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace for extremities, dragon transformation, and immortal foundation all lit up at the same time. One could vaguely see a dazzling immortal chi emanating from the center of the sea of reincarnation. Then it filled the entire sea of reincarnation in the blink of an eye. Then the immortal chi rushed out of the sea of reincarnation and began to move towards the Tao Palace's secret realm. Just like when he first started cultivating, the immortal chi passed through the Tao Palace of the spleen, the Tao Palace of the lungs, the Tao Palace of the kidney, the Tao Palace of the liver, and the Tao Palace of the heart. Then the immortal chi dispersed and spread to his four limbs. This was where the four extremities' secret realm was located. In the end, the scattered immortal chi gathered together again, following his spine and ascending the heavens, entering his immortal foundation. At this moment, the power of his primordial spirit was incomparably dazzling. It burned there like the sun, buzzed. At the same time, his 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring appeared. Countless cracks covered the divine ring. At this time, the immortal chi of the 5 secret realms spread towards the 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring at the same time. The entire 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring was vast and boundless. It spread out like the waves of the sea, and the heavenly music of the great Tao was endless. Finally, all the light gathered on one of Zhou Tong's true fates, the true fate of the mole cricket. As the immortal chi entered his body, the true fate of the mole cricket was almost completely ignited. The light he emitted seemed to illuminate the past, present, and future. It was impenetrable. At this moment, the true fate of the mole cricket gave off the feeling that it had completely disappeared in the annals of history. The true fate of the mole cricket had completely transformed into Zhou Tong's 6th secret realm. All the karma and history that he had as a life naturally disappeared and was replaced by Zhou Tong. All the karma and history gathered on him. Chapter 1096. The 6th secret realm. All karma and history will return to the original self. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and quietly sensed the mysteries of the 6th secret realm. The true fate of Mole Mantis was originally a life. It had its own origin, history, and karma. However, after the return of its true name and the evolution of the 6th secret realm that belonged solely to Zhou Tong, its origin, history, and karma all disappeared and returned to Zhou Tong. At the same time, Zhou Tong could feel that when the true fate of Mole Mantis transformed into his 6th secret realm, an unimaginable amount of life force flowed into his body from the true fate of Mole Mantis, causing his entire body to undergo a terrifying transformation. It was a fundamental transformation, just like the feeling of living a new life before becoming an immortal in the mortal world. All the power, Tao, and potential of a ferocious immortal king have become a part of me. Even the essence of my life has undergone such a terrifying growth. Zhou Tong recalled his transformation, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Opening the 6th secret realm was a complete transformation. His Yuan Shun, body, life force, divine power, and even his Tao had undergone a terrifying transformation. Boom! Zhou Tong clenched his fist and slightly channeled his arcane energy. Immediately, the divine power in his body boiled like a raging river. His blood essence was extremely vigorous, surging violently and overflowing with brilliance. Chi-chi. Then, strands of black mist seeped out from his body. The stubborn dark matter in his body was naturally purified by him. As the dark matter was purified bit by bit, his body, arcane energy, and Yuan Shun seemed to have lost a layer of shackles and continued to improve. This is... Zhou Tong's pupils contracted. While purifying the dark matter, Zhou Tong naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. Instead, he focused on sensing the source of the dark matter and trying to figure out what it was. However, when he truly investigated and traced the source of the dark matter, he was immediately shocked. This was because the dark matter did not come from him at all. It did not even multiply from his body. Instead, it was connected to his body through a very mysterious channel. This passage, what is this thing? Zhou Tong was shocked. At the same time, he was glad. Fortunately, he did not return to the shrouding heavens world. Otherwise, wouldn't the coordinates of his hometown be exposed to the darkness? So, the dark matter didn't multiply in my body at all. Instead, it came through this tunnel. No wonder no matter how I cleansed and purified it, I couldn't get rid of the dark matter completely. It turns out that they have reinforcements behind them. Zhou Tong was shocked. He had actually been plotted against unknowingly and had been planted with such a method. Could it be that the immortal king with the cauldron secretly planted this when he poured the dark matter into my body when I was facing that group of immortal kings? Zhou Tong subconsciously thought of the situation he faced last time, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. I wonder where this passage leads to. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to sense the other side of the passage. This was a passage that almost didn't exist in reality, and it gave Zhou Tong an illusory feeling. However, when he looked carefully at the other side of the passage, he could see some sparkling and translucent material flowing with 9 colors of light. It was sacred and dazzling. When it appeared on the other side, his eyelids twitched wildly. This is dark matter, the dark matter of the origin. Zhou Tong was shocked. The sacred light was like a rain of light, sprinkling over the entire illusory passage. However, it was this sacred rain of light that put Zhou Tong under great pressure. These things were too terrifying. They wanted to corrode him and make him fall into darkness. Dark matter is the most sacred thing to those dark creatures. Even in the eyes of people like us who have not fallen into darkness, it is brilliant. However, in reality, it is the most dense and dangerous dark matter. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. The sacred dark matter was even more powerful than the pure dark matter he had seen before. When darkness reached the extreme, it would become this kind of incomparably sacred thing. But in reality, it was even more dangerous and terrifying. This level of dark matter is even more terrifying than the dark matter of celestial kings. It is at least the dark matter of celestial emperors. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing behind this passage. No wonder the darkness is endless. Zhou Tong's perception continued to advance along this illusory passage. What he saw ahead was more and more terrifying and more naked. At the same time, the aura there also gave Zhou Tong a strange feeling. He felt as if he had transcended time and space and entered an unimaginable place. This feeling didn't feel like a real world, but more like an illusion. In fact, Zhou Tong guessed that even the high heavens might not have such a strange appearance. Transcending the heavens, and not even belonging to the high heavens. What kind of place is this? What is behind this passage? Zhou Tong became more and more curious. The more he advanced, the stranger it became. All the laws were destroyed, and no matter what level of power it was, it would dissipate in that mysterious and unpredictable place. Finally, the passage seemed to be coming to an end. It was an ancient and mysterious place. It was an otherworldly place engraved with the mottled aura of countless eras. It seemed to have transcended the heavens, crossed the long river of time, and didn't even belong to the past, present, or future. Silent, desolate, grand, and ancient, the world was faintly filled with the sacred and solemn sound of sacrifice. In the distance, there seemed to be an altar appearing. Zhou Tong could vaguely see broken scenes. Someone was sacrificing something here. No, that's black blood. Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked not far away from the altar. There was a pitch-black thing that looked like blood. Crack! However, at this moment, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly streaked across the void, illuminating this sacred and supreme place. It was 2 gazes, as if some creature had awakened here. After that, the scene Zhou Tong saw became chaotic, and he couldn't see anything. Even Zhou Tong's soul was trembling. At the instant those 2 gazes appeared, he felt a sense of fatal danger. A terrifying pressure swept through space and time, passing through this illusory passageway and transmitting over. This pressure was extremely domineering, and Zhou Tong's remnant consciousness in the passage was instantly swept away. But soon, a faint light bloomed on the reincarnation mirror and immediately eliminated this terrifying pressure, turning it into a cool breeze. At the same time, it also obscured the heavenly secrets, so that the gaze couldn't detect Zhou Tong's existence. At this moment, Zhou Tong was sure that those two gazes were definitely the gaze of an immortal emperor. Could the person with those gazes be the so-called officiant, the officiant of the Black Blood era? Zhou Tong had some vague guesses. Chapter 1097. Chi. After Zhou Tong's attention was diverted from the passage in the void, the dark matter on his body was still disappearing bit by bit. At the same time, his aura was also becoming more and more terrifying. The darkness dissipated bit by bit. Even later, when all the dark matter was completely exhausted, Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm, the true fate of the mole cricket, showed its power. A mysterious and unfathomable light surged into his body. The passage that Zhou Tong had sensed earlier gradually became blurry and then disappeared bit by bit. He can no longer see it. This feeling, this passage seems to be connected to the door of potential in my body. Zhou Tong was suddenly stunned. When the darkness dissipated, he finally understood where the endless dark matter in his body came from. The passage is connected to the door of potential and opened a back door for the door of potential. My dark matter is actually like this. Zhou Tong carefully sensed. He felt that the light emitted by the true fate of the mole cricket had completely blocked the back door of the door of potential, preventing the dark matter from entering his body. When the darkness dissipated, Zhou Tong couldn't help but completely relax. His entire body seemed to have been washed clean, and his entire body was emitting an unprecedented immortal light. This immortal light was incomparably terrifying. The symbols of the great Tao were astonishingly bright, densely guarding his body. It was even to the extent that a wisp of undetectable brilliance appeared on the surface of his body. This was a brilliance that surpassed the level of the immortal king. It was enough to make Zhou Tong indestructible, the light of a quasi-mortal emperor. I didn't expect that after I created the sixth secret realm, such a thing would be born. I'm afraid that only after I completely cultivate the true fate of the 10 vicious and successfully transform it into the sixth secret realm will I have the qualifications to truly break through to the quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong exhaled, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. Although the light of a quasi-mortal emperor was not dense and was only a wisp that could not be detected, and was even far inferior to the Butcher and the others in the ancient Chaos era, it also meant that he was gradually beginning to surpass the immortal king and advance towards the supreme emperor. Moreover, unlike Butcher and the others, Zhou Tong had already grasped the key to breaking through the king's domain. However, I finally understand why the Cloud, Mirror Immortal King, and the others chose to cultivate the heaven-shrouding technique. It turns out that they don't just want to pollute the myriad heavens. They also want to pollute the cultivation system of the heaven-shrouding technique. Zhou Tong finally understood the Dark Immortal King's goal. The dark matter was connected to the gate of potential, and through the gate of potential, it was transmitted into every cultivator's body. What did that mean? It meant that whoever did this had no intention of polluting the heavens, but rather completely polluting the system and the heaven-shrouding magic. If they succeeded, then in the future, as long as they cultivated the heaven-shrouding magic, they would immediately fall into darkness. I finally understand why the later generations of true immortals who cultivated the heaven-shrouding art system all fell into the darkness. So this system has been corrupted by them. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. It turned out that the corruption of the system had begun at this time. They had their subordinates cultivate the heaven-shrouding magic and slowly explore the mysteries of this system, figuring out the most important gate of potential and the arrangement of the 5 great secret realms. Then they would specifically target this system and use specific methods to pollute it. You couldn't deal with Heavenly Emperor Huang, so you used this method to cut off his escape route and his inheritance. I can't believe you could come up with such a method. Zhou Tong understood many things now. No wonder the 6th secret realm is the key to solving this kind of corruption. Heavenly Emperor Huang never casually spread the secrets of the 6th secret realm, so the Dark Immortals don't know about the 6th secret realm at all. Perhaps they've guessed the existence of the 6th secret realm, but they don't understand the key and secrets of this secret realm. Therefore, the only way to solve this kind of corruption is to start with the 6th secret realm. The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Tong felt toward the Dark Immortals and the mysteries and connections between the various cultivation systems. The immortal emperors of the dark side were actually able to corrupt an entire cultivation system. How did they do it? How did they find the source of the entire system? No, they didn't do it from the source, they did it from halfway. Because the source of this cultivation system is Heavenly Emperor Huang, an existence that they can't deal with, they could only do it halfway and pollute the 5 secret realms. So the key to solving this problem lies in the 6th secret realm. If I'm not wrong, the more dark immortal kings cultivate the heaven-shrouding art, the worse the corruption of this cultivation system. However, as long as Heavenly Emperor Huang is alive, this cultivation system will always have a chance of survival. As long as I'm alive, this cultivation system will still have a chance of survival. At the current level of corruption, as long as I'm careful and don't touch the Dark Immortals, I'll be fine. Zhou Tong looked at himself and vaguely understood some things. The Dark Immortals polluted the 5 secret realms, so as long as he opened the 6th secret realm, he would be able to escape from the Dark Immortals. However, the key point was that the 6th secret realm of the heaven shrouding art was something that was very personal. Everyone's 6th secret realm was different, which made this cultivation system known as a kaleidoscope. Everyone's 6th secret realm was different, and everyone was able to open up the boundaries of this cultivation system. The 6th secret realm of the heaven shrouding art. Every cultivator who opens up their own 6th secret realm has greatly expanded the scope of the heaven shrouding art. They've all opened up a new path for this cultivation system. They're all half-step Daozu. Daozu was a title unique to the high heavens. The founder of a cultivation system would be respected no matter what cultivation level they were at, and they could be called Daozu. As for the so-called half-step Daozu, they were basically people who continued on the path of their predecessors and continued to create a complete cultivation system. Because they started on the path of their predecessors, even if they created a new world, they could only be called half-step Daozu. The complete heaven shrouding art was such a special cultivation method. It taught half and created the other half. Every cultivator who achieved the Tao would continue on the broken path and create their own secret realm. Therefore, every cultivator who achieved the Tao would be called half-step Daozu. Everyone is a half-step Daozu. So from a certain perspective, the heaven shrouding art is a cultivation system that can never be completely corrupted. Even if a part of it is corrupted, there will still be prodigies who can break through the darkness and find their own path of Tao. Perhaps back then, Heavenly Emperor Huang was just taking a casual step and making a casual decision. But looking at it now, it seems to be full of deep meaning. The more he studied, the more he learned. Zhou Tong realized that Huang Tian Emperor not passing down the 6th secret realm was a great move. It gave the heaven shrouding art its greatest characteristic and gave its descendants endless possibilities. It also prevented the corruption of the Dark Immortals. Chapter 1098. The 6th Secret Realm. I've only completed the 6th secret realm of the Mole Cricket True Fate. There are other true fates to follow. Zhou Tong looked at the other true fate in the 10 heavenly rings. It was the true fate that had recently returned to his body, the Thunder Emperor. The reason he chose the Mole Cricket True Fate for the first true fate was because the Mole Cricket True Fate was based on the 6th secret realm of the Immortal King realm. Therefore, it was most appropriate to make the Mole Cricket True Fate his first true fate for the 6th secret realm. The reason he chose the Thunder Emperor for the second true fate was similar. The Thunder Emperor true fate followed the divine Tao cultivation system. This cultivation system was inextricably linked to the immortal ancient methods, chaotic ancient methods, and heaven-shrouding methods. Therefore, this true fate was chosen as the second true fate for the sixth secret realm. However, I'm not in a hurry to turn the Thunder Emperor into the second true fate for the sixth secret realm. Right now, there's something else I need to take a look at. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. The huge bell flew out from his forehead. The bell flickered with the light of various immortal metals. At the same time, there were strands of primal chaos chi and myriad origin chi descending from the bell. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the 7 devil stars embedded in the bell. Now, I've officially begun to refine the 7 devil stars. Zhou Tong couldn't help but smile as he carefully sensed the state of the bell. He could feel that some of the power of the 7 devil stars was beginning to fuse with the bell. Clearly, the 7 devil stars had already begun to be refined. A quasi-immortal emperor artifact must have at least quasi-immortal emperor light before it can be refined. Of course, this is only the beginning. If your cultivation base doesn't improve, even if you spend a few epochs, you won't be able to refine a single devil star. As Zhou Tong spoke, he directly sat down and took out large chunks of immortal metal. Darkness immortal metal, great firmament immortal metal, rainbow immortal metal, 5 elements immortal metal, void immortal metal, time immortal metal, boom. In a primal chaos, flames soared into the sky as Zhou Tong smelted the immortal metal and carved all kinds of Grand Tao runes on them. Finally, he poured all of them into his bell. Clang! The bell trembled slightly, and suddenly the world roared. The melodious sound of the bell turned into mysterious and unfathomable chanting that resounded throughout the world. With Zhou Tong's current cultivation level that had touched upon the boundary of a half-immortal emperor, the scene of him going all out to refine his weapon was simply unimaginable. When all the time immortal metal had merged with the bell, especially the mountain-sized piece of time immortal metal, the bell underwent an unimaginable change. Vaguely, one could see the power of time swirling around the bell, forming a river of time. The entire refining process lasted for over 100 years. After that, a series of immortal gold artifacts flew out from the mouth of the bell. They were the artifacts of the immortal kings that Zhou Tong had killed earlier. Previously, when Zhou Tong was refining the primordial spirits of these immortal kings, he didn't have the time or effort to refine their weapons into the bell. But now, he could finally free himself to deal with these weapons. Boom! Zhou Tong first threw a cauldron made of darkness immortal metal into the flames of his refining. Then he began to refine and break down the great Tao laws inside the cauldron, gathering them into his bell. At the same time, the darkness immortal metal was also refined into immortal gold essence and poured into the bell. Then, he threw a broken bow into the flames. Instantly, killing intent soared into the sky. A killing intent that could pierce through the galaxy, the sun, and the moon, and pierce through the chaos overflowed. After that, the 3rd immortal king artifact, the 4th immortal king artifact, one by one, Zhou Tong refined the great Tao laws of the immortal king artifacts. He even refined their immortal gold essence and poured it into the bell. This process lasted for 1,000 years. When all of the immortal king artifacts were refined, Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a trace of satisfaction on his face. In the process of refining these immortal king artifacts and strengthening the power of the bell, more power of the 7 demonic stars was refined by the bell, completely becoming a part of the bell. The bell has reached the limit of this stage. Zhou Tong casually put away his bell. I've been away for so long now. It's time to go back and take a look. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked in the direction of Jiu Qianshidi. He lifted his foot and directly walked over. Previously, he was afraid that the dark matter on his body would expose the coordinates of his hometown. Now, there wasn't so much of a problem. At the same time, in a secret place above high heavens beside a huge altar, a figure opened his eyes, revealing a trace of surprise. I felt that someone seemed to be spying on this place just now. Was it those old fellows again? But when did they have this kind of ability? Even I didn't catch any traces of them? The dark side had some enemies even above high heavens. They didn't just want to pollute the heavens of the lower realm. Even high heavens was their target. However, the situation in high heavens was too complicated. Countless cultivation systems in the heavens were mixed in high heavens. There were definitely many immortal emperors here. Therefore, even if the dark side was powerful, it was impossible for them to sweep through the entire high heavens. No, it's not those old fellows. It's the lower realm. A passage has been closed. Someone from that system has taken that step again. This person frowned, a trace of anger appearing on his face. This system again. It's that damned Huang again. He's too troublesome, much more troublesome than those old fellows. The cultivation system he left behind is too heaven-defying. How many years has it been? Someone is actually going to take that step again? This person's expression became uglier and uglier. We have to completely destroy this cultivation system. We have to speed up some steps. This person transmitted his voice. Soon, some people above high heavens took action. On the other side in Jiutian City, Zhou Tong once again returned to Jiutian City. Facing this familiar starry sky, Zhou Tong couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He took a step forward, and the stars moved. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the divine realm. "You're back. How's the situation over there?" As soon as he returned to the Dao platform where he usually sat cross-legged, Yin Ruyu appeared. She also knew that Zhou Tong had left this universe to explore the situation on the other side of the darkness. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "It's not optimistic. The situation on the other side of the darkness is more serious than I thought. Previously, I agreed with Yi Fan's idea to let the heroes of the universe fight against the darkness. But now, I feel that this decision was a bit hasty. Is the darkness really that powerful?" Yin Ryu looked at Zhou Tong with some shock. "It's unimaginably powerful. This matter needs to be considered at length." Zhou Tong's expression was serious. Then, he looked at the void of the universe and said, "Everyone, please come to my divine realm for a chat." Chapter 1099. His voice was not loud and did not cause much commotion in the universe. However, Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor Qing Di, Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, and the others all opened their eyes. Zhou Tong is back. He left for tens of thousands of years and brought back more information about the darkness. Yi Fan opened his eyes and revealed a hint of joy. He was eager to fight. Ever since he had verified his Tao, it was difficult for him to find the passion and fighting spirit he had on the ancient starry sky path. It was not easy to hear news about the darkness. He was excited from the bottom of his heart and could not wait to fight the darkness. Yi Fan was not the only one. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor Qing Di, and the others all opened their eyes excitedly. They stood up and went to the Divine Dominion together. Even Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, who usually did not care about worldly affairs, was very curious about the darkness. As for Taiyang and Taiyang, they were worried about the outside world and the future of the darkness. Every Heavenly Emperor had their own thoughts. However, no matter what they thought, they all came to the Divine Dominion and went to the floating island where Zhou Tong had received them. Dense mist swirled about the floating island. White mist rose, immortal energy was hazy, and primal chaos surged. The floating island was like a small world. There was white mist, beautiful mountains, flying immortal birds, and auspicious beasts. It was like an immortal's home. "Zhou Tong, I haven't been here for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect the Divine Dominion to be like this. The merging of the 5 continents has improved the environment of the Divine Dominion quite a bit," Yi Fan said with a smile. He had not been to the Divine Dominion for a long time. He did not know that the Divine Dominion had been turned upside down. The planet-like world had become a giant floating island. Even the 5 continents of Lingbao Tianzuan's Dao Palace had merged together. "Just do it, don't mind it." Zhou Tong smiled. "Did you ask us to come here this time because you have some information about the darkness? When can we set off?" Heavenly Emperor Qing Di asked directly. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others looked at Zhou Tong excitedly. They were all warmongers. From the beginning of his cultivation, he had fought his way up. This kind of person naturally liked the feeling of breaking through between life and death. It's still too early to go on an expedition. I did find out some of the movements of the darkness, but even I am in big trouble this time. If I hadn't made a breakthrough at the last moment, I'm afraid I wouldn't have dared to come back. Zhou Tong shook his head and then roughly explained some of the movements of the darkness. He also told them about the so-called erosion of the system. Yi Fan, Wu Shi, Qing Darch, Great Emperor Ruthless, and Yin Ruyu were speechless for a long time. The erosion of a system was beyond their understanding and knowledge. They had never thought that even a system could be corrupted by darkness. However, the cultivation system should be a virtual thing. How could it be contaminated? Don't ask me how they did it. If I knew how they did it, I would have long surpassed the immortal king realm. Zhou Tong said casually, I've already reached the limit of what they did. If I wanted to investigate further, I would have to surpass the immortal king realm to be qualified. The system is contaminated. That means that as long as you are contaminated by the dark matter, you will never be able to get rid of it? Heavenly Emperor Qing Di asked, You know about these things. That means you're also contaminated, right? Among everyone present, only Heavenly Emperor Qing Di was the most relaxed. This was because he had already changed his cultivation system. He cultivated the inner world cultivation system. Even if the heaven shrouding technique was contaminated, he would be fine. Zhou Tong nodded and said, That's right. I am indeed contaminated. However, I have also found a way to get rid of the contamination. That is to take the unprecedented step and open the sixth secret realm. What? The sixth secret realm? There's a sixth secret realm? Whether it was Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Tai Yin, or Tai Yang, they were all shocked. They had never heard of the existence of sixth secret realm. The scriptures that they cultivated and created did not mention anything about the sixth secret realm. Even they themselves could not find out what the sixth secret realm was because the 5 great secret realms had already exhausted the secrets of the human body. How could there be a sixth secret realm? The sixth secret realm is not the secret realm of the human body. It is the secret realm outside the body. Zhou Tong said, Secret realm outside the body. Yi Fan was shocked. However, his eyes soon lit up. If he could learn the method of the sixth secret realm, he would not have to worry about the dark matter anymore. How do you cultivate the sixth secret realm? Heavenly Emperor's son asked. Compared to Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others, Tai Yang and Tai Yin were indeed slightly weaker. Even with Zhou Tong's method of immortality, they lived every life in fear. They were completely different from Yi Fan and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, who lived a new life calmly. In fact, Yi Fan and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi only needed to live another life, and they would be immortals in the mortal world. Therefore, Heavenly Emperor's son and Heavenly Emperor Tai Yin were the first to ask about the method of the sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, It's not that I'm stingy, but the method of the sixth secret realm cannot be taught to others. According to my research, everyone's sixth secret realm is different. It is related to each person's experience, physique, personality, and many other factors. My sixth secret realm belongs to me. Before you find your own sixth secret realm, if I teach it to you, it will only affect your own judgment and cultivation path. Humans were like that. They were lazy. If they saw a path to heaven, who would go to the unknown to find their own path? Zhou Tong was fine after seeing Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm because he had already found his own sixth secret realm. If it was someone else who had not found their own path, they would definitely be affected. Once you learn my sixth secret realm, I'm afraid you will never be able to break through the monarch level in the future. So, don't look at me anymore. Unless you don't want to cultivate to the highest level, I will not teach you the sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and the others and said softly, More importantly, even if I want to teach it, I can't. Because my sixth secret realm is not universal, I didn't come up with the method to cultivate it. It was also a coincidence that I managed to cultivate it. Zhou sixth secret realm was naturally cultivated by coincidence, because his sixth secret realm required true fate. However, his true fate was cultivated by the mirror of reincarnation. He had no idea how to cultivate this true fate. If he wanted to make the sixth secret realm something that anyone could cultivate, he would first have to decipher the light of reincarnation of the mirror of reincarnation. Only by understanding this thing could he come up with a true fate that outsiders could cultivate. Chapter 1100. Everyone's sixth secret realm is different. For a moment, the entire floating island fell into complete silence. Whether it was Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi or Yi Fan, all of them were frowning. Zhou Tong did not create something that everyone could cultivate. Therefore, they had no way to deal with the so-called corrosion of darkness. Everyone's sixth secret realm is different, so it's difficult to open it. However, once the sixth secret realm is opened, it'll be difficult for the dark matter to contaminate you, Zhou Tong continued. Opening the sixth secret realm did not mean one was immune to the dark matter, but it was difficult to be contaminated. If the person who opened the sixth secret realm was suddenly enveloped by a large amount of dark matter or quasi-immortal emperor-level dark matter, there was a high possibility that he would fall into darkness. This was because the sixth secret realm only made one immune to the contamination from the system, not from the outside world. If you haven't found your own sixth secret realm, then it's not wise to fight the darkness. The Taiyan human emperor said, "However, why didn't you notice the contamination of the dark matter when you first discovered the darkness?" The Taiyan human emperor was confused. When Zhou Tong first told them about the dark matter, they did not notice the corrosion of the system. He even created a technique that could purify the dark matter. However, when he went out this time, he discovered the corrosion of the system. According to his situation, the corrosion of the system should not be limited to contact with the dark matter. I don't know the exact reason, but I was tricked this time. If I'm not wrong, it should be some processed dark matter that caused the corrosion of the entire system. I mistakenly thought that it was just ordinary dark matter, so I accidentally contaminated it and caused the corrosion of the system. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment and continued. Our system was created by Heavenly Emperor Huang. According to my calculations, if the person behind the dark matter wants to completely corrupt the system, they have to start with Heavenly Emperor Huang. However, they shouldn't be able to deal with Heavenly Emperor Huang, so their corrosion of the system is very slow. At least for 1,000,000 years, everyone will be fine. Their corrosion hasn't reached that level yet. As for what will happen after 1,000,000 years, it's hard to say. Zhou Tong added, 1,000,000 years is neither long nor short. This is troublesome. You're not their match either? Yifan looked up at Zhou Tong and asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, they have an immortal emperor behind them. An immortal emperor is as powerless as a saint in front of an immortal emperor. If it's not an immortal emperor, how could they attack the entire system of our cultivation? Until now, I still haven't figured out the principle behind this move. Although Zhou Tong saw the channel, he didn't know how it was created, nor did he know how it was precisely connected to the entire system. An immortal emperor level skill was too powerful, mysterious, and terrifying. Even Zhou Tong, who had opened up the sixth secret realm, could not fathom its power. Following Zhou Tong's words, everyone quieted down once more. After a long time, even No Beginning was a little depressed. Is there no other way to deal with it other than the sixth secret realm? Heavenly Emperor No Beginning was strong and confident. However, he only knew about the sixth secret realm today. Even if he tried his best, he did not know how long it would take for him to fully comprehend the sixth secret realm. Without the sixth secret realm, everything he cultivated would be corroded by the darkness. It was an unsolvable situation. No matter how confident he was, it was useless. The difference in cultivation time was obvious. If he did not have enough time, he would not be able to fight those immortal emperors head-on. The system you created not long ago shouldn't be corrupted. If we cultivate multiple systems at the same time, can we avoid the darkness? Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, who had been silent all this time, asked, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's possible. I cultivate multiple systems at the same time, but I'm still affected. As long as the current system is not destroyed, the darkness is unavoidable. Of course, if you want, I can take out the cultivation system for you to study. I can even take out the cultivation system of the dark faction for you to study. Zhou Tong said. Zhou Tong had searched Cloud Mirror Immortal King's memories. Naturally, he knew what cultivation system he cultivated before he switched to the Heaven Shrouding Art. It was a cultivation system that was similar to Bloodline. It was a system that enhanced and unearthed one's bloodline. Therefore, they placed great importance on Bloodline. The higher the bloodline, the greater the potential for future achievements. Of course, their cultivation system also had the ability to absorb the advantages of other races and turn them into their own bloodline. All in all, this was a cultivation system that studied bloodlines to the extreme. There were many things that Zhou Tong could not understand even after studying it for so many years. It was too profound. Know yourself and know your enemy. You will never be defeated. It's good to study their cultivation system. Who knows, we might be able to find a way to counter them. Yi Fan said. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and thought to himself, you think too much. How can you find a flaw in a perfect cultivation system so easily? You have to at least be an immortal emperor. If you can learn anything from other cultivation systems, you are already very powerful. However, Zhou Tong didn't say these words out loud. He continued, let me give you a reminder. You can study my cultivation system as much as you want. You can even change your cultivation system. However, it's best if you refer to the Dark Faction system. If I'm not wrong, their cultivation system has already been infiltrated. As long as you cultivate it, you might be corroded by the dark matter and never be able to get rid of it. The bloodline system of the Dark Faction was indeed profound. Logically speaking, it was very suitable for the top bloodline of the Vicious 10 to cultivate this cultivation system. However, Zhou Tong did not let his true fate cultivate it. He was afraid that this cultivation system had already been corroded. Once he cultivated it, he would immediately be tainted by the dark matter. Furthermore, if he cultivated this cultivation system, when this true fate turned into his sixth secret realm in the future, it was very likely that his sixth secret realm would be tainted as well. Before he had the ability to resist the dark matter, Zhou Tong would not cultivate this cultivation system. I won't go into the details. The two cultivation systems are here. Take a look for yourselves. Zhou Tong said. Then, he waved his hand, and all kinds of words appeared in the void. The golden words showed the golden pill nascent soul cultivation system that Zhou Tong used to complete his escape route. The black words showed the bloodline system of the Dark Faction. Chapter 1101. Yi Fan, No Beginning, Cyan Emperor, Vicious Great Emperor, Yin Ruyu, and the others were completely immersed in the cultivation system that Zhou Tong taught them. The entire floating island fell silent once more. Above the island, pure white radiance swirled about. Faint immortal mist curled about, making this place appear hazy and dense with spiritual energy. Zhou Tong looked at these people's states and didn't say anything. He quietly sat to the side and immersed himself in his own cultivation. At the same time, within the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. After Zhou Tong cultivated the sixth secret realm, and a wisp of half-immortal Emperor light appeared on the surface of his body, the cracks within the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring also began to recede. The inextinguishable divine light that represented half-immortal emperors coiled around the cracks of the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, preventing it from collapsing. This wisp of half-immortal Emperor light completely delayed the collapse of the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring by 1,000,000 years. But right now, Zhou Tong's attention wasn't here, but rather on the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate. As the danger of the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring was reduced, the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate could finally slow down a bit. He could spare a bit of energy to transmit the great Tao mysteries he comprehended from the primordial space to Zhou Tong. Streaks of profound laws were transmitted into Zhou Tong's mind. These profundities of the laws were like a resounding bell that resounded by Zhou Tong's ears, and it was like he was suddenly enlightened. It caused his mind to be enlightened, allowing him to comprehend the most profound profundities of the grand Tao in the heavens and the earth, causing him to obtain some sort of comprehension. The floating island scenery was as beautiful as a fairyland. But right now, there was a type of fluctuation surging. With Zhou Tong as the center, a wave of profound fluctuations continuously rippled out, filling the entire floating island with an aura of life. The great Tao transmitted by the heavenly horned ant's true fate was none other than the great Tao insights of life creation and life design from the primordial space. As these insights entered his mind, the aura of life overflowed. On the side, Yi Fan and the others who were originally comprehending two different systems were also awakened by the fluctuations coming from Zhou Tong's body. This is the fluctuation of life. What a mysterious Tao of life. Emperor No Beginning exclaimed. He had initially thought that Zhou Tong was walking the path of war immortals, so he would be most familiar with things like the Tao of battle, the Tao of destruction, and the like. Who would have thought that he would be able to see such a mysterious and profound Tao of life? All these years, I've never been able to see through what you've been cultivating. So you actually have such a deep understanding of the Tao of life? Or is this the power of your sixth secret realm? Yi Fan lamented. The Tao of life. This is rather similar to my Tao. I'm not in a hurry to learn the cultivation system. After I memorize it, I can study it at any time. However, this kind of life Tao is extremely hard to come by. The Azure Supreme Thearcha's eyes lit up. He immediately closed his eyes and started to comprehend the undulations coming from Zhou Tong's body. He was originally the immortal elixir of immortality, so his understanding of life could be said to be the strongest among everyone present. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. Even Emperor Ruthless, who had the highest cultivation base, could not help but reveal a strange expression. This Tao of life feels like it's creating life. Could it be that you can already create life out of nothing? On the side, Tai Yin, Tai Yong, Yin Ruyu, and the others also had some enlightenment. However, Zhou Tong did not care at all. He was wholeheartedly absorbing this Tao of life. The most mysterious and profound thing in the primordial space was the law of life. This was the most important treasure in the primordial space. Only the creator of the universe could comprehend this law of life. How terrifying and profound was this law of life? Even if Zhou Tong tried his best, he could only absorb it bit by bit. It had to be known that even quasi-immortal emperors created life using other life forms as a template. How could they compare to the master of the primordial space, who could casually create life? Time passed day by day. Zhou Tong was still immersed in cultivation. Yi Fan and the others were also immersed in cultivation. They were either comprehending different cultivation systems or comprehending the Tao of life overflowing from Zhou Tong's body. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Chi-Chi. At this time, the white mist in the void began to undergo some changes. A rich aura of life emerged. TSK, worthy of being an immortal king. While cultivating, the fluctuations of this Tao of life actually changed the essence of the nearby spiritual mist, turning this spiritual mist into a special type of divine spring water. If he continues to cultivate like this, after another 10,000 years, this island's spiritual spring might undergo a qualitative change. Yi Fan was a bit envious. The immortal king was only cultivating, yet the Tao aura he unintentionally emitted could turn many nearby ordinary objects into the most precious supreme treasures of the outside world. Zhou Tong naturally didn't know about Yi Fan's envy, but even if he did, he would only treat it as an ordinary matter. For an immortal king to have this type of power that could turn something rotten into something magical, wasn't that normal? During the ancient chaos era, when the Tao Comprehension Tea Tree was still in the foreign realm, The best tea in the foreign realm was made from the water produced by the immortal king's comprehension and discussion of the Tao. This water was contaminated with the immortal king's Tao aura, so it was most suitable for making tea. Zhou Tong and the others continued to cultivate. How could 1,000 years of time be enough for Zhou Tong to completely digest the life, profound mysteries brought back by the heavenly horned ant's true fate? In reality, if one wanted to completely comprehend this type of profound mystery, even several tens of thousands of years was far from enough. It was because this type of profound mystery was too profound and unfathomable. 10,000 years passed again. Meanwhile, at this time, only then did Zhou Tong open his eyes. The mysteries of the Tao are endless. Even after 10,000 years, I only roughly comprehended it once. It is to the extent where every time I comprehend it now, there are tremendous benefits. The comprehensions brought back by the heavenly horned ant's true fate is unknown just how long it will take me to comprehend them. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think back to his previous comprehension. During these 10,000 years, his cultivation and Tao skills advanced a step further. What the life-profound mysteries brought him was a type of comprehensive improvement, making his body overflow with lively life force, making his constitution reach a higher level. It was to the extent where even the half-immortal emperor radiance around his body became a bit stronger. It has only been 10,000 years. Yi Fan and Without Beginning have already become secular immortals. Zhou Tong suddenly noticed that Yi Fan and Emperor Without Beginning's auras were different from before. Right now, they were definitely secular immortals. They actually silently broke through in my place. This is actually much faster than the original work. However, this makes sense. Yi Fan has bathed in the good fortune of some law creation tribulation, so it is normal for his cultivation speed to catch up to Emperor Without Beginnings. Moreover, right now, they're also viewing different cultivation systems, different Tao and methods at the same time. The collision of systems is the easiest way for one's cultivation to improve, so it is also normal for them to become secular immortals now. Green Emperor and Yin Ruyu's cultivation can also be considered to have improved greatly, but they are still far from becoming immortals. Tai Yin and Tai Yang, on the other hand, have been reborn, their strength increasing explosively. Chapter 1102. After 10,000 years, Zhou Tong was not the only one who woke up from his cultivation. No Beginning, Yi Fan, Ruthless, and the others also opened their eyes. After the free time, it was time to discuss the Tao. Everyone was discussing the Golden Pill's nascent soul system and the Dark Faction's bloodline system. Zhou Tong naturally joined in their discussion as well. Moreover, they were all peerless geniuses. They had their own unique views on the various systems. Zhou Tong also learned a lot. Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Ruthless were already secular immortals. In other words, they were already quasi-immortal kings. With the word king, they already had a hint of the immortal king's aura. Some of their views made Zhou Tong's eyes light up. Tai Yin, Tai Yang, No Beginning, and Qing the Arch were deeply impressed by Zhou Tong's Golden Pill's nascent soul system. Yi Fan and Ruthless, on the other hand, had a deeper understanding of the Dark Faction's bloodline system. This was because their path to immortality was the path of physical transformation. There were many similarities between this and the bloodline system. As for Zhou Tong's avatar, Heavenly Emperor Huang, he was not biased. After all, he was Zhou Tong's avatar. He knew what he needed to know. During the entire discussion, Zhou Tong did not speak much. Heavenly Emperor Huang spoke on his behalf. The Dark Faction's bloodline system is indeed powerful. If I had seen this system when I first attained my Tao, I would have become a secular immortal long ago. Yi Fan could not help but exclaim during the discussion. Heavenly Emperor No Beginning looked at Zhou Tong and said, "My friend, the Golden Pill's nascent soul system is also very impressive. The steps of transforming one's soul into a nascent soul and converting one's mana into one's divine power is also a stroke of genius. Moreover, There are some faint connections between this and our system. If I'm not wrong, this might be the location of my sixth secret realm. What? Yi Fan, Qing the Arch, Tai Yong, and Ruthless all looked at No Beginning in shock. No Beginning had actually found his sixth secret realm? Have you really thought it through? My creation of this system was based on Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm. Zhou Tong was also shocked. No Beginning wanted to use his golden pill nascent soul system as his sixth secret realm. Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm. No Shi was surprised. But soon he calmed down and said, "You are worried that my sixth secret realm will clash with Heavenly Monarch Huang's sixth secret realm? Don't worry, I won't joke about my path. From your system, I can really feel that this might be my sixth secret realm. My Tao has no beginning and no end. Your cultivation system is the best way to expand my Tao. I trust my instincts." Emperor Wu Shi smiled. After returning to Jiuqian City, he had already discovered that Emperor Ruthless and Yi Fan were not inferior to him. Although they were not mortal enemies, he still had a sense of competition in his heart. Now that he was the first one to find the sixth secret realm that belonged solely to him, he was quite proud of himself. "I see. I understand now." Zhou Tong nodded. He understood Emperor Wu Shi's thoughts and his path of Tao. The beginning represented the origin of time, and the end represented the end of time. Without beginning and end, there was no beginning and no end. It represented a path without limits. However, the five mysterious worlds had restricted Wu Shi, Great Emperor's path. His Tao had no beginning and no end, but he hadn't reached such a high level yet. It had restricted his progress. On the other hand, Zhou Tong's golden pill nascent soul system was the perfect solution to this problem. The golden pill nascent soul system's greatest highlight was its energy and soul. The soul turned into a nascent soul, and the energy turned into a pill, completely breaking free from the limits of the body. Especially in the later stages, when the bloodshed golden pill was fused into the nascent soul, it could completely break free from the limits of the body. In other words, Zhou Tong's supplement to the golden pill nascent soul system's immortal king level allowed this cultivation system to reach a whole new level. It allowed this system to break free from the limits of the innate realm. As for how high it could reach, it depended on the cultivator's own efforts. This system was very suitable for Emperor Wu Shi's Tao of no beginning and no end. Zhou Tong could not imagine how high the Tao of no beginning and no end could reach after breaking free from the limits of the body. If this is the sixth secret realm, then Emperor Wu Shi's sixth secret realm is very similar to Emperor Huang's all-seeing God. However, although they look similar, their essence and nature are completely different. Zhou Tong silently calculated Emperor Wu Shi's sixth secret realm. "Congratulations, brother Wu Shi." Emperor Qing was the first to congratulate Emperor Wu Shi. He was not surprised that Emperor Wu Shi had found his path to the sixth secret realm. After all, he had already given up on the heaven shrouding technique and switched to the inner world technique. "It's too early to congratulate me. I can only vaguely feel my path of Tao, but I have no idea where to start." Emperor Wu Shi shook his head. "Don't be discouraged. Now that you have found your path, the rest will be much simpler. As you continue to comprehend, you will slowly find the right path. I'm afraid you won't be able to find your own path." Zhou Tong's clone, Emperor Huang, said, Sister Blood Phoenix is right. Now that I've found my path, the rest will be easy. I have to go back and comprehend my sixth secret realm. I will take my leave now." Emperor Wu Shi smiled and said goodbye to Zhou Tong. "Brother, please," Zhou Tong said. After saying goodbye, Emperor Wu Shi turned around and left. A golden path extended into the depths of the universe. Emperor Wu Shi stepped on the golden path and left the divine realm. The sixth secret realm. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He had a complicated expression on his face. He thought that his understanding of the bloodline of darkness had broadened his horizons and improved his cultivation. However, He did not expect Emperor Wushi to be the first to comprehend the path to the sixth secret realm. Soon, Yi Fan regained his composure and said, "Zhou Tong, I have to go back and comprehend my own path of Tao. Goodbye." "Go ahead." Zhou Tong nodded. "I should go back too." Emperor Ruthless did not say much. After saying goodbye, he left. The three worldly immortals left the divine realm at the same time. Only Zhou Tong, Yin Ruyu, Emperor Qing, Tai Yin, Yang, and Emperor Huang were left on the divine realm floating island. "Sai, we're too old. We can't compare to the younger generation." Emperor Tai Yin sighed. The Saint Emperor of the Sun was silent as well. Yi Fan, no beginning, and vicious comprehension abilities had indeed made them feel pressured. After a long while, Emperor Tai Yin and Emperor Yang looked at each other and stood up. "It's time for us to leave. We have learned a lot from this discussion. Go ahead." Chapter 1103. Ancestor, is there anything else? After everyone left, Yin Ryu looked at the Azure Emperor. "You still want to fight against the darkness?" Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of something and asked. The Azure Emperor nodded and said, "That's right. Yi Fan, no beginning, and the others can't be tainted by the darkness because of their cultivation system, but I'm different. I've already changed my cultivation system, so the darkness shouldn't target me so easily. I hope to go and fight, not only to adapt to the darkness, but also for the cultivation path I've chosen." Zhou Tong looked at the Azure Emperor deeply. He also understood what the Azure Emperor was thinking. His own avatar, created by Prince Tian, had also walked the path of cultivation in the inner world. He naturally knew how frightening the demand for cultivation resources was for such a path. This kind of cultivation system, all power came from the inner world, and the growth of the inner world was really too slow. Even if he focused on improving and developing the inner world, it would definitely take a lot of time. And if the inner world cultivation system wanted to achieve rapid development, then there was only one way. Kill the opponent, use the opponent's body, divine power, and great Tao to nourish his own inner world. Just like how Huang Tian Emperor repaired the 9 heavens, 10 earths back then, kill the true immortals, and use the true immortals' bodies, great Tao, and primordial spirit to repair the world. It's not that I can't bring you on a trip, but killing a few true immortals is enough. Don't fight too much. If we really provoke an existence above a mortal king, we'll all be in trouble." Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and then said, he really did want to make a trip to the foreign realm again. He wanted to kill an expert from the soul river of the foreign realm. He wanted to obtain some valuable information from their memories, and most importantly, the value of those experts was too high. They were related to the high heavens, so they were naturally all filthy rich. However, Zhou Tong didn't want to kill all of the experts from the soul river of the foreign realm, because if he really did that, it was very likely that the quasi-immortal emperor behind them would be drawn out. Killing 1 or 2 was fine, but if he really removed all of the methods they arranged in the heavens, the possibility of drawing out that kind of expert was still very high. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. The Azure Emperor was a bit eager and excited. Since that's the case, let's go. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and Prince Tian's avatar appeared beside him. Since he was going to replenish his inner world, he naturally could not leave out Prince Tian's avatar. Zhou Tong immediately took action, directly opening up a passage that led to the other side. He led the Azure Supreme, the Arch, and Prince Tian's clone into the tunnel. Meanwhile, in the other side, the sea rose and fell, surging with great momentum. A wave rolled over. The sound of the waves was like thunder. In a vast expanse of whiteness, the sea and the sky were separated by a line. "Is this the base camp of the Dark Camp?" the Lotus Emperor asked as they arrived above the sea. "How is that possible? This realm is just a stronghold. This time, I brought you to the North Sea of this realm. There's an immortal king in the deepest part of the North Sea, but he's my opponent. As for the true immortals and human Tao Supremes under this immortal king, I'll leave them to you." Zhou Tong looked at the Azure, the Arch, and Prince Tian's incarnation. True immortal? The Lotus Emperor's eyes shone brightly. Although the great emperor had always been known to go against the flow and slay immortals, he had never clashed with a true immortal before. The Lotus Emperor did not know how strong a true immortal was. In order to prevent you from being defeated, I'll give you this to protect yourselves. Zhou Tong casually handed over a stone weapon that his true dragon True Fate had brought back from the world of immortals to Prince Tian's clone. It was a stone saber that was shaped like a crescent moon. It was the lunar shadow demon blade that the little stone emperor had carefully collected. This stone saber, the Cyan Emperor looked at the lunar shadow devil saber in surprise. He could feel an unfathomable and strange power from the curved saber. It's definitely an Immortal King weapon. I didn't expect him to have so many Immortal King weapons. Moreover, the aura of this stone weapon is a little strange. It seems to be different from all the weapons that I know of. Could it be a completely new cultivation system that I've never seen before? The Lotus Emperor was a little shocked. He had never thought that Zhou Tong would actually be hiding one or two cultivation systems in secret. Let me give you a reminder. Even the weakest true immortal is not much weaker than any great emperor. Be careful, Zhou Tong said as he looked at the Lotus Emperor. I know. The Lotus Emperor came back to his senses and nodded. 3 figures streaked across the sky above the North Sea. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the end of the North Sea. From afar, they could see a huge palace at the end of the North Sea. It was exuding bursts of colorful light. Moreover, they could see many servants and soldiers within the palace. Leave the Immortal King to me. I'll leave the others to you guys. Zhou Tong had already attacked as he spoke. He stretched out his arm and grabbed toward the sky. His palm and fingers glowed, and he instantly grabbed a star from outside the realm. He carved some of the great Tao symbols of the divine, striking stone onto it. Then he refined it in his palm and smashed it down. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The seawater flowed in reverse. A star directly smashed toward the palace at the end of the North Sea. This strike was too ferocious. It was world-shaking, shaking up the entire foreign realm. A star was refined. Even though it looked like it was only the size of a fist, it was still a genuine star. Moreover, the one who refined the star was Zhou Tong, an unmatched expert who was incomparably close to half Immortal Emperor level. A large amount of Immortal King level great Tao symbols were instantly engraved on the star. Now this star was thrown out just like that. Its power was terrifying beyond compare. This palace was the residence of an Immortal King, so it naturally had exceptional formations protecting it. The moment it was attacked, waves of divine light immediately rushed into the heavens. The radiance was resplendent like raging flames, the most powerful defensive force instantly erupting. It had to be said that Zhou Tong's strike was too terrifying. Even the Immortal King Great Formation was blasted through by him. That supreme formation was breaking apart, shattering. This strike was too powerful. If there wasn't an Immortal King formation here, this large sea region would become a dangerous place. Nothing left. It was to the extent where this realm might even be damaged. Unbridled. The instant the great formation shattered, a world-shaking, furious roar sounded. Blue Pupil Immortal King was furious. There was actually someone who dared to take action against his dwelling. After coming out from the Soul River, he still hadn't suffered this type of grievance. Under his crazy rage, he immediately displayed exceptional divine abilities to protect some important figures, and then rushed out together. What? It's you. You actually dare come back? Something's not right. You're actually fine? Blue Pupil Immortal King looked towards Zhou Tong, as if he had seen a ghost. That was but darkness matter that was specially used to corrupt the system. After it contaminated his body, it actually disappeared. Could it be that there was some kind of exceptional expert who helped him get rid of the corrosion of the darkness matter? Could it be that forbidden existence? This person immediately thought of Heavenly Emperor Huang, inwardly feeling a bit cold. Chapter 1104. Boom! In the face of Immortal King Lan Tong's shocked question, Zhou Tong didn't say a word. He directly raised his hand, formed a fist seal, and punched out. As for the people around Immortal King Lontong, he ignored them and left them to the Azure the Arch and Prince Tian. You're courting death. Immortal King Lontong was an immortal king after all. He quickly calmed his mind, and a green golden divine sword appeared in his palm. He slashed across the sky and intercepted the shocking fist seal. Boom! The power of an immortal king surged. The fist seal and sword light collided. The chaotic fog churned, and the bodies of the two couldn't be seen. Only thousands of sword chi could be seen blooming. The battle was too terrifying. The two collided head-on, resulting in extremely terrifying consequences. Boom! The sky collapsed. The earth cracked. Water flowed backward, and chaos appeared. The entire North Sea was collapsed by this terrifying power. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were turned into ashes. Nothing could be seen. Everything shattered inch by inch. Everything turned into ashes and chaos. This was a collision of the strongest. Originally, this sea region was full of vitality and spiritual energy. It had a sacred aura and was protected by an immortal king formation. But now all of this was history. In the battle between Zhou Tong and Immortal King Lontong, the entire North Sea was destroyed. The void exploded and a black hole appeared. This was an unimaginable disaster. Moreover, this was merely the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. The true battle was even more intense. Numerous streams of light bloomed as the laws of the Grand Tao recovered, and their divine might was peerless. The true immortals under Immortal King Lontong all hid far away. Even so, they couldn't control themselves. Their bodies trembled under the might of an immortal king. The Azure the Arch and Prince Tian's incarnations that Zhou Tong brought were the same. But soon, the lunar shadow demon blade emitted a hazy halo that enveloped the two of them, allowing them to recover. Immortal King. This is the divine might of an immortal king. The Azure Thearch's eyes were burning. This was the first time he had encountered such divine might. It was too powerful, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he recalled the scene when he encountered the Emperor weapon before he attained his Tao. There's no time for nonsense. It's time to kill. Zhou Tong's Prince Tian avatar suddenly spoke. These words ignited the Azure Thearch's fighting spirit. His eyes were almost burning. He attacked aggressively and directly started a fight with the true immortal closest to him. At the same time, Zhou Tong and Lontong, Immortal King, started to shift the battlefield. Zhou Tong intentionally avoided the Azure Emperor and Prince Tian's clones. Hence, he forcefully suppressed the blue-eyed Immortal King and shifted the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a boundlessly distant starry space. Clang! The sword light traversed the starry sky and slashed toward Zhou Tong. The entire starry sky was completely cut open. The divine might was boundless and vast. This scene was extremely shocking. Many celestial bodies exploded and burned. The starry skies collapsed. At this moment, the whole world was shocked. On the other side, all of the creatures raised their heads towards the sky, gazing into the starry sky, all of them stunned. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. A sword light tore through the sky, and the stars in the sky appeared. Then they exploded and burned. This scene was too shocking. All of the creatures of the various races were shocked, all of them trembling. Was this kind of battle going to destroy the world? At the same time, some immortal kings also opened their eyes, revealing a trace of shock and fear. It's that guy again. He's here again. An immortal king stared at the sky with his mouth agape. It's over. The one being targeted this time is actually the one from the North Sea. What kind of enmity does he have with our world? He's actually so relentless? Some immortal kings were puzzled. The last time Zhou Tong came here, he killed the immortal king Cloud, Mirror Immortal King, and then killed 12 immortal kings in succession. This kind of divine might had already made the immortal kings of this world deeply afraid. Now that they saw it again, they couldn't help but tremble. In the starry sky, after leaving the North Sea, Zhou Tong no longer restrained his strength and completely displayed his might. Previously, because of the Azure the Arch and his Prince Tian avatar, he still restrained himself. But now that he was far away, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Roar! Zhou Tong raised his head and roared. A wisp of quasi-immortal emperor light bloomed beside him, erupting with incomparably terrifying power. What? That's... You've actually touched that realm. The blue-eye immortal king looked at the wisp of quasi-mortal emperor light on Zhou Tong's body in shock, and his expression changed drastically. The quasi-mortal emperor light on Zhou Tong's body was very faint, and there were only 2 wisps. This kind of quasi-immortal emperor light was mixed in with ordinary immortal light. If one didn't look carefully, it was very likely that they would miss it. However, as an immortal king, how could the blue-eye immortal king be wrong? This wisp of immortal light was far superior to other immortal light in terms of quality and everything else. Of course, he wouldn't miss it. Most importantly, he had really seen a quasi-immortal emperor before. He clearly knew that this thing was something beyond the immortal king level. It was definitely not something he could contend against. Is it very difficult to touch that realm? Zhou Tong finally replied. At the same time, he also blasted out a brilliant fist mark. Clang! The blue-eye immortal king's divine sword was blasted away on the spot. The sword light was resplendent, tearing apart the universe and the starry sky. Meanwhile, the fist mark heavily smashed onto the blue-eye immortal king's body. Pooh! The blue-eye immortal king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His chest was blasted open by Zhou Tong's punch. An immortal king who had already given birth to quasi-immortal emperor light didn't need to use too many tricks to deal with other immortal kings. Even if they were immortal kings, one punch was unstoppable. At the same time, Zhou Tong's other arm was like a divine sword, slashing out a resplendent immortal light and directly cutting off the blue-eye immortal king's head. Then, with a clang, the tyrant bell rumbled and absorbed the blue-eye immortal king's primordial spirit and physical body. He sat cross-legged in the starry sky on the spot and directly refined the blue-eye immortal king's primordial spirit. As long as the quasi-immortal emperor was not here, Zhou Tong was invincible. He didn't care about the strength of these immortal kings at all, nor was he afraid of being besieged by the immortal kings of this world. How arrogant! Damn it, he actually completely disregarded the experts of my world. When the foreign immortal kings saw this, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. They were incomparably furious, but no one dared to take action. It was because the last 2 moves Zhou Tong used completely exceeded the imaginations of these immortal kings. That streak of light on the surface of his body. Could it be that it is a power that surpasses the king level? Many immortal kings stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, their eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. The realm above the king level, for them, was just a guess. However, in front of them, there was someone who was extremely likely to be above the king level. He has touched upon the emperor realm, but he hasn't truly reached it. This person is already not someone this world can deal with. Even the divine artifact bestowed by the Great One might not be able to completely kill him, because he seems to have this kind of divine artifact in his hands. We can only go out and ask for help. Let those monsters take action. In the starry sky, a pitch-black immortal king looked at Zhou Tong from afar, and then turned around to leave. Chapter 1105. Above the North Sea, the earth-shaking battle was still ongoing. The Azure the Arch and Prince Tian's clones were incomparably ferocious, rampaging through the many true immortals. Although they were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, their fighting spirit was not extinguished. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Although there were some dangers, they could still deal with it. In fact, one of the true immortals had already fallen in their hands. Moreover, even if there were occasional attacks that were beyond their ability to deal with, Prince Tian's clone had the lunar shadow devil blade that Zhou Tong gave him, which was enough to deal with it. Therefore, the more they fought, the smoother they became. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became. This was how battles were. After discovering that they had a truly invincible trump card, they could completely let go of everything and go all out. They could even comprehend the Tao in battle and advance in battle. The foreign realm of this era is far inferior to the foreign realm of the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient era. At least in terms of fighting spirit and bloodthirst, they are far inferior. Zhou Tong glanced over and thought to himself. However, Zhou Tong also understood that this was a normal thing. The foreign realm of the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient era was a battle that resulted in the glory of their world, the warlike nature of their world, and the bloodthirsty nature of their world. But what about the foreign realm of today? It was just a reconstruction of more than 500,000 years ago. How could they have the time to form such a foundation and tradition? Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhou Tong had come here not long ago to fight and directly killed 13 immortal kings. Even if the Dark Camp had the intention to cultivate their fighting spirit and bloodthirst, they had returned to their original state after this battle. Speaking of which, if we can eliminate the dark matter that pollutes the system, we can use this world as a training ground. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, since the Azure, the Arch, and the others are fine, let me see how much you know. How much do you know that immortal King Cloud Mirror doesn't? Zhou Tong continued to refine the soul of the blue-eyed immortal king. He did not look at his great Tao first. Instead, he wanted to find some information that he did not know before from his memories. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Facing the dark faction with the support of immortal emperors, information was the most important thing. He began soul-searching, and immediately, a series of memories appeared. Just like Cloud Mirror Immortal King, this blue-eye Immortal King also came from the Soul River. However, the two of them didn't have a good relationship. This was also the reason why Zhou Tong had targeted him. This was because if they had a good relationship, a lot of information would be exchanged. However, if they had a bad relationship, it was very likely that they would know a lot of information that the other party did not know. Yeah, so the other two are the most important ones? Yun Jian and him, were they just hired thugs? The other two were the ones who really knew the key information? Are they also responsible for contacting other people? Who are the others? Ancient Hell? Someone from the Celestial Emperor Burial Pit? Oh, there seems to be a group of monsters coming out as well. Could it be those geniuses who were transformed after falling into the Soul River? Or a monster bred from the blood of a quasi-immortal emperor? Zhou Tong remembered that during the ancient chaos era, Emperor Tsang, Emperor Yu, and Emperor Grand, who had been killed by Emperor Huang, had used their quasi-immortal emperor blood to breed a group of extremely powerful monsters. Those monsters were not weaker than Emperor Light, Immortal King. I see. The most important person wields a quasi-immortal emperor weapon. That person is in the starry sky. So he's the leader of these immortal kings in the Soul River. After soul-searching, Zhou Tong gradually learned a lot of things that he did not know before. This person did indeed know a lot of information that Cloud Mirror Immortal King did not know. Of course, Zhou Tong did not touch on the secrets of the Soul River. Because of Cloud Mirror Immortal King's experience, he knew that these people's souls had restrictions. If he touched on the most important information, he would definitely trigger the restrictions of the Soul River. Therefore, Zhou Tong deliberately avoided those things when he soul-searched. He only searched for information outside the core area. Information was like a net. As long as he knew enough and had enough information about the Soul River would naturally appear bit by bit. That's it for now. Since there's still a group of monsters, it's not suitable for Emperor Qing and the others to stay here. We have to leave. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the sky above the North Sea. Emperor Qing and Prince Tian's clones were still fighting. Boom! In the terrifying light beam, the North Sea burned again. This part of the sea turned into a sea of fire. The stars in the sky fell, and all the stars exploded and burned fiercely. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. The battle between true immortals almost made the entire North Sea a thing of the past. One could see that there were already 4 corpses of true immortals floating in the burning sea. Because they were true immortals, their bodies were difficult to decay, so they were not burned to death by the flames. "It's about time to leave." Zhou Tong's voice instantly entered the ears of Emperor Qing and Prince Tian's clones, causing their excited battle intent to pause. "Good chance." The true immortals besieging them were all overjoyed. They took advantage of the moment when they were distracted to attack. The void exploded, and the great Tao rumbled. Terrifying attacks covered the sky and earth. Boom! However, in the next moment, a violent wind appeared, and a terrifying aura appeared. Zhou Tong's figure appeared beside Emperor Qing and the others. He grabbed at the air, and all the attacks were destroyed. The remaining 7 true immortals were all caught at the same time. It was as simple as an eagle catching a chicken. "You're leaving now? So soon?" Emperor Qing looked at Zhou Tong in confusion. He was not done fighting yet. After so many years, this was the first time he felt the thrill of battle. That kind of tension was something he missed very much. The battle blood that had been dormant for a long time was reignited. "There's not enough time. If this continues and their trump cards come, I won't be able to protect you." Zhou Tong did not say much. He directly disappeared from the North Sea with the corpses of the true immortals and the Emperor Qing and the others. Then he cut open the space of the alien realm with a palm and brought them directly to the chaos outside the alien realm. Since he knew the existence of that group of monsters, Zhou Tong naturally would not continue to stay here foolishly. Logically speaking, since Zhou Tong chose the Starry Sky as the battlefield, the leader of that group of people who had been staying in the Starry Sky should have appeared. Moreover, he had a quasi-immortal Emperor-level weapon in his hand, so he should not be scared by the light of the quasi-immortal Emperor level. However, he did not appear. Therefore, the result was obvious. This person wanted to play it safe. He definitely wanted to bring a group of super powerful monsters to ambush him. If a group of monsters strengthened by the blood of the quasi-immortal Emperor level appeared here, although Zhou Tong was confident that he could escape, Emperor Qing would not be saved. Chapter 1106. After leaving the foreign realm, Zhou Tong casually opened up a small world in the primal chaos, then brought the Azure the Arch and Prince Tian's clones into it. After setting up some formations, he immediately took out his spoils of war, the corpses of true immortals and immortal kings. Retreating in such a hurry, did something appear in that world that even you can't deal with? What is their trump card? The Azure the Arch asked. Their trump card is probably a group of immortal kings not weaker than me, Zhou Tong casually said. However, let's not talk about this now. I'll give these corpses to you. I also want to see if the cultivation system of this inner world is as I expected. First was the 4 true immortals killed by the Azure the Arch and Prince Tian's clones. Zhou Tong used a purification method to completely purify the dark matter on these 4 corpses. Next, the Azure the Arch and Prince Tian transformed into 2 immortal corpses each. Both of them kept these 2 immortal corpses into their inner worlds. At this time, Zhou Tong immediately connected with Prince Tian's clones. Their minds were connected, and he carefully observed all the changes in his inner world. As soon as the 2 immortal corpses entered the inner world of Prince Tian's clones, there was a loud boom. The blood and bones of these 2 corpses shone at the same time, and a part of them was ignited, burning intensely. Tao assimilation. These 2 corpses were Tao assimilation, becoming a part of the laws of this inner world, completely merging into this part of the universe. Boom! The 2 corpses suddenly exploded, and blood dyed the starry sky. Even their life-bound weapons exploded at the same time. Countless corpses and weapon fragments flew to various parts of the inner world, emitting a blazing light, burning fiercely, and returning to this part of the world. The 2 true immortals were completely obliterated, completely Tao assimilation, and absorbed by the laws of heaven and earth of the inner world. Even their life-bound weapons burned, and all their essence returned to the inner world. At the same time, light blue and crimson rays of light flowed through the void. One could see strands of roots emerging from the void, freely absorbing the great Tao laws left behind by the two true immortals after they transformed into the Tao. At the same time, a blue ancient tree appeared from the void. This ancient tree was entirely azure, and there were strands of crimson light flowing on its body. This was the quasi-world tree in Prince Tian's incarnation. Now, after absorbing the great Tao laws and power of the two true immortal corpses, this ancient tree's aura became even more astonishing. Its entire body swirled with multicolored light, especially the scarlet multicolored light that became even more resplendent. It was about to overshadow the azure color of its body. At the same time, it was surrounded by a galaxy of stars, and each of its leaves was supporting a star. It's not a real star yet. It's still in the process of being nurtured. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Only by making the stars completely real could the tree remove the word quasi and become a real-world tree. However, it could be considered as accelerated growth. Zhou Tong swept his gaze across and looked at the other regions of the inner world. He could see that there were other immortal gold mines in the inner world. Previously, this world only had a very monotonous phoenix blood-red gold mine. But now, after fusing with the immortal gold used by the two true immortals to forge weapons, this world had two more immortal gold veins, the eternal blue gold and the five elements immortal gold. Of course, the quantity of these two immortal gold veins could not be compared to the phoenix blood-red gold. The difference was too great. However, Zhou Tong was not interested in these things. He did not lack such immortal materials now. What he lacked was the immortal gold that he had never seen before. He wanted to gather all the immortal gold and create the all-elemental immortal gold that was known as indestructible. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. Prince Tian's incarnation was still in a state of cultivation. He was comprehending the great Tao laws of the two true immortals and digesting the results of this time. Then, he looked at the Lotus Arch. The Lotus Arch was also cultivating with his eyes closed. His inner world had also absorbed everything from the two true immortals, and it had grown considerably. Even his aura had changed, and it had become even stronger. It's almost the aura of Yi Fan the Seventh. It's not far from the mortal dust immortal, Zhou Tong thought to himself as he looked at the Lotus Arch. In fact, the inner world's cultivation system did not have much to worry about. This was because their inner worlds could produce strands of immortal materials. Although these immortal materials were not enough for their own consumption, it was not a problem to extend their lifespan by 10 times. With this standard, they were already very close to becoming immortals. However, this kind of immortal was actually just taking advantage of the system. In terms of great Tao comprehension and battle strength, they were far inferior to the true mortal dust immortal. Fine, I'll continue my seclusion this time. I want to dig out more things from the depths of this immortal king's memories, whether it's his great Tao, memories, or secrets. Zhou Tong took out the tyrant bell and continued to refine the blue-eyed immortal king's primordial spirit and memories. Previously, when he was still in the outer realm, although Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged to refine, he still had to take care of the Lotus Arch and Prince Tian's incarnations. Therefore, he only took a rough look at the blue-eyed immortal king's memories. As for his great Tao, he did not have any understanding at all. But now, after calming down, Zhou Tong began to break down the great Tao laws in the blue-eyed immortal king's body. This immortal king cultivated the sword Tao, able to cultivate to the immortal king realm. His sword Tao was not inferior to the grass symbol sword art, immortal tribulation sword art, or chaos calming art in the slightest. It is a bit similar to the immortal tribulation sword art, but it is different from the immortal tribulation sword art. This is a type of sword art that symbolizes emotions, using emotions as a sword. I have never seen this type of sword art before. It is a bit interesting. The more Zhou Tong broke down the great Tao laws in the blue-eyed immortal king's body, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this type of great Tao was profound. This type of Tao took a different path from his own, could be considered to have made up for a small weakness in his sword Tao. Sword Dao, perfect for trying to merge the three great sword arts. Zhou Tong immediately compared the blue-eyed Immortal King's sword art with the grass symbol sword art, immortal tribulation sword art, and chaos calming art. He wanted to master these unmatched sword arts through a comprehensive study, completely sublimate them into a sword art that belonged to him alone. Speaking of which, the destruction Sword Dao, my heavenly horned ant true fate, comprehended in Coiling Dragon World, can actually be merged into this as well. Moreover, Coiling Dragon World's cutting natural law system can merge the three great sword arts even better. Zhou Tong's mind moved, immediately connecting with his heavenly horned ant true fate. Wonglong. Immediately, tremendous sword Dao comprehension surged his mind. At the same time, Zhou Tong also looked at these three great sword arts from a completely new perspective, inwardly producing a type of different feeling. Together with this type of comprehension, the grass symbol sword art, immortal tribulation sword art, and chaos calming arts, great Dao symbols began to slowly break down, turning into streaks, and then merging in Zhou Tong's mind. The figure of an unmatched sword art began to appear. Chapter 1107. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. At this time, the Lotus the Arch and Prince Tian's clones had completely digested the Tao and power of the two perfected immortals. Zhou Tong had also roughly created an embryonic form of the sword technique that he needed. This was a supreme sword technique that combined the advantages of the three major sword techniques. Even though it was only a prototype, its power was no weaker than any of the three major sword techniques. How is it? Do you feel anything? How much progress have you made? Zhou Tong looked at the Lotus Arch and asked. I was wrong previously. The true inner world cultivation path does not require my own Tao. The Lotus Arch pondered for a while and then shook his head. His eyes were much deeper. You don't need your own Tao. It seems like you've found the most mysterious core of this system. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. The great Tao is impartial, and the heavenly Tao has no relatives. If a world is biased, it will not be beneficial to its growth. The Lotus Arch did not say much, but he explained the path of the inner world cultivation system very clearly. The inner world cultivation system was not like the heaven shrouding art, where one had to find their own Tao, have their own scriptures, forbidden areas, and so on. On the contrary, if one had these things, it would not be beneficial to the growth of the inner world. This was because a world could not have its own preferences and biases. The heavenly Tao has no relatives was used to describe the world. Only by doing this would the inner world be able to thrive. This cultivation system was the most inclusive cultivation system. It could accommodate any great Tao law. If one were to use the heaven shrouding technique to describe people who cultivated this kind of inner world cultivation system, then the inner world cultivation system also had a forbidden domain, and the forbidden domain of this system was myriad Tao controlling, which could unleash the full power of other people's forbidden domains. The heaven shrouding art cultivated the small world of the human body, while the inner world cultivation method cultivated the large world of the outside world. In the later stages, one could even use the large world to encompass the small world. After comprehending to this level, you are not far from the mortal-immortal realm or even the immortal king realm. What you lack is just a number of great Tao profundities. Zhou Tong nodded. However, I finally understand why you held so many enlightenment tea banquets. You're stealing the Tao of the eternal prodigies. The Lotus Arch took a deep look at Zhou Tong. After understanding this, the Lotus Arch recalled many of Zhou Tong's actions and immediately guessed the deeper meaning behind them. Wasn't he trying to steal the way of the favored one to strengthen his inner world? So you've also secretly cultivated this system. However, it seems like you didn't completely abandon your previous cultivation and switch to another one. Instead, you're cultivating it on the side? Could it be that your sixth secret realm is the entire world? The Lotus Arch suddenly looked at Zhou Tong. Thinking about how No Beginning wanted to use the entire Golden Pill's nascent soul system as a sixth mystic realm, The Lotus Arch felt that Zhou sixth mystic realm was an entire world. With an entire world as his mystic realm, his potential was naturally limitless. You've already given up on the 5 major mystic realms. Why ask so many questions? Zhou smiled. He neither admitted nor denied it. However, it's about time now. We should go back and take a look. Since you've already comprehended this level, the ultimate Dharma creation tribulation should be coming soon. Zhou looked at the Lotus Arch. If I give you another perfected immortal corpse, you should be able to successfully trigger the last level of Dharma creation tribulation. Dharma creation tribulation. That's right. I should be ready. The Lotus Arch pondered for a while. He was somewhat excited. He had seen Zhou 100-year Dharma creation tribulation. He knew that the true fate of Mole Cricket must have benefited greatly from this Dharma creation tribulation. All right, let's go back, Zhou said. Then he brought the Lotus Arch and the true fate of the Heavenly Emperor back to Jiuqianshiti. After returning, Zhou immediately provided 2 perfected immortal corpses with dark matter essence for them to absorb and refine at the edge of the universe and slowly comprehend. Speaking of which, it's time for my divine realm to be strengthened again. Zhou took out the remaining 5 perfected immortal corpses at the same time. After purifying the dark matter, Zhou immediately started to refine the 5 perfected immortal corpses. Rumble, heaven and earth roared. The 5 perfected immortal corpses surrounded the periphery of the divine realm in 5 directions. Then their bodies rapidly expanded. Accompanied by immortal light and heavenly sounds, the expanding corpses began to change slowly. The heads of the 5 corpses transformed into 5 tall mountains the size of stars. Tao sounds rumbled in those mountains, and spiritual energy was abundant. There were even wisps of multicolored light lingering in the air. That place had transformed into the most mysterious holy land of cultivation in the world. Then, the other parts of the corpses also began to evolve. The 5 spines turned into 5 dragon veins under the ground. The dragon heads were raised high, facing the 5 mountains formed by the 5 heads. The internal organs melted and turned into the 5 elements qi to replenish the continent. The bones were buried deep underground and turned into mineral veins on the continent. On this day, the changes in the divine realm caused everyone in the universe to sense it. This was because the great Tao of perfected immortals spread out in all directions, shocking the world. What was even more terrifying was that many cultivators could sense the existence of immortal substances that could extend their lives. What a big move! He killed 5 perfected immortals in a row and then refined their corpses into a continent. Yi Fan and the others also looked in the direction of the divine realm. There was a hint of shock in their eyes. They could naturally tell that the expanding divine realm was clearly because of the 5 perfected immortal corpses. 5 perfected immortals. I don't know how much the divine realm will grow after refining their corpses. Yi Fan was a little emotional. The Big Dipper's eastern wilderness, western desert, northern plains, southern mountains, and Zhongzhou were formed from the chaos body's corpses. The divine realm and heavenly soldier's ancient star were formed from Lingbao, Tianzuan's corpses. If the corpses of supremes could turn into such a terrifying continent, then what about the corpses of perfected immortals? The corpses of 5 perfected immortals were unimaginable. No one knew how much the divine realm would expand. But Zhou, what are you trying to do? Yi Fan was a little confused. Are you trying to turn the entire world into a world where the sky is square and the earth is square? Is the divine realm like this? But how many perfected immortals do you want to kill for such a huge continent? Or even immortal kings? Rumble. The divine realm was still expanding. The corpses of the 5 perfected immortals were still slowly transforming into continents, becoming one with the original continents of the divine realm. Tao sounds rumbled. As the continents transformed, the perfected immortals' corpses gradually became a part of nature. Finally, after a whole year, the corpses of the 5 perfected immortals were considered to have completely integrated into the divine realm. The current divine realm's continent had already spread to the entire star field, a continent as huge as a star field. This was a continent that had never been so huge since the chaotic ancient era. The current divine realm already had some of the grandeur of the immortal ancient era's 9 heavens, 10 earths. Chapter 1108. After a year of refinement, it has finally been completed. The current divine realm can be considered to have a bit of foundation. Zhou Tong looked at the divine realm he reformed and nodded. The current divine realm already had a bit of the feeling of the 9 heavens, 10 earths. It was vast and boundless, comparable to several star fields, continents floating in the sea of stars. In the past, immortal ancient and chaotic ancient eras, 9 heavens, 10 earths had the continent plus sea of stars model. It wasn't just the 9 heavens, 10 earths immortal domain, and the other side also had this model. However, in the Battle of Immortal Ancients' last phase, the 9 heavens, 10 earths were greatly damaged, large amounts of continents collapsing. Later on, during the chaotic ancient era's Heavenly Emperor era, this world was even more damaged, the continents completely disappearing. That was why cultivators could only survive in the Sea of Stars. The existence of these supercontinents brought stability to the entire world. The more powerful and vast the continent was, the more stable the entire world would be, because the continent represented weight. This type of stability and weight was reflected in the continent space. When one cultivated the heaven-covering technique to the life-spring realm, they could fly. However, on this new divine realm floating continent, only those at the Tao Palace realm could fly. This was the stability of space. Zhou Tong's own 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring was like this. His 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring was completely different from the current 9 heavens, 10 earths. There wasn't much sea of stars, almost all land, vast and endless land. It was also because of this that the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring was extremely stable, so it didn't immediately collapse after withstanding the 3 layers of the primordial space. When the 3 layers of the primordial space advance a step further and completely merge into my 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, my 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring will truly form the continent plus sea of stars model. Zhou Tong looked at his 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, revealing a satisfied expression. Even though the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring hadn't completely recovered, it seemed like the crisis had already been completely resolved. It was because they were now in a type of deadlock state. During this period of time, not only did his cultivation grow, not only did he find the Lightning Emperor's true fate, it was also the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate that worked hard. During these tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate had always been working hard to refine the 3 layers of the universe's divine realm into the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. Now that there were initial results, the entire 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring stability, as long as the deity world is completely refined in my body, my 10 Paradise Divine Ring will be able to reverse. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he looked at the interior of the 10 Heavens Divine Ring. The God world had already shrunk by half. According to Zhou Tong's prediction, the 10 Paradise Divine Ring would reverse as the 3 layers of the universe were refined. From the initial collapse to the current stalemate, it would recover and reverse. And the key to the reversal lay in the divine realm of the 3-layered universe. The God world was the most important layer of the 3-layered universe. It was also the core that stabilized and controlled millions of universes. As long as it was refined, the remaining millions of universes would be easy to refine and absorb. Moreover, as long as the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring began to reverse, the Heavenly Horned Ant True wouldn't have to waste so much effort on suppressing the cosmos, instead able to take action with full force. By then, the refining speed of the universe would be even faster. Right now, there are 2 key issues. First, I need to completely perfect the divine sovereign scripture and cultivate the 10th true fate. Second, I need to take it a step further and integrate the lightning emperor's true fate into the 6th secret realm. Zhou Tong thought to himself. It wasn't that he didn't think of sending another true fate to another world and bring back a brand new cultivation system. Perhaps if the cultivation system was strong enough, it might even allow his cultivation to increase explosively, directly completing the 6th secret realm by more than half. However, the current Zhou Tong didn't dare to do so. It was because he didn't know what kind of world he would find, nor did he know what the time ratio was between that world and his own world. What if only 1 or 2 years passed here, while millions and millions of years passed in the other world? What if the true fate he sent out brought back a terrifying universe comparable to the 3-layered universe in just a few years? Wouldn't his 10 heavenly passage divine ring instantly explode? At the very least, he would have to wait until his 10 heavenly passage divine ring started to reverse before he could send out another true fate. If he wanted to be safe, he would have to wait until his 10 heavenly passage divine ring completely digested the 3-layered universe before he could send out another true fate. The problem of the Lightning Emperor's true fate can be put aside for now. The most important thing now is the divine sovereign scripture. Zhou Tong made up his mind. In fact, Zhou Tong had already solved most of the problems with the divine sovereign scripture. However, he always felt that the scripture wasn't perfect enough, so he didn't dare to continue cultivating it. I've already studied everything that I can. The scripture that I created is already perfect, but to completely perfect it, it's still not enough. Speaking of which, it's been so long. It's time for you to see the light of day again. Zhou Tong pondered for a while before taking out an item. It was a stone coffin that wasn't even the size of a palm, only 4 fingers wide. Its style was simple and natural. There were blurry carvings on the coffin. If one looked closely, they would be able to see the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. This was the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era. It was also the 9-layered coffin that contained the god Emperor. Back then, when Zhou Tong was still one of the 3 immortal kings, he obtained it from the altar of the Yuhua god dynasty's central continent ancestral temple. God Emperor, it's about time for you to come out. You have been sealed in the coffin for millions of years. Logically speaking, you should have succeeded in your nirvana transformation. At the very least, you shouldn't be a problem for the mortal-immortal realm. You should even be infinitely close to the immortal king realm. Zhou Tong's fingers stroked the patterns on the coffin as he said softly, I hope you have already transformed into an immortal king. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. He didn't doubt the talent and strength of the God Emperor. Among the ancient emperors of the past, the God Emperor of the Divine Silkworm Ridge was definitely the most special one. Especially according to the contents of the divine sovereign scripture that Zhou Tong obtained, the God Emperor could already prove his Tao at the 9th transformation. As for the 10th transformation, the God Emperor had already reached an unprecedented level. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to Zhou Tong's second life. Especially in the future, the God Emperor was already at the 13th or 14th transformation. He could be considered a quasi-immortal emperor. Moreover, it was very likely that he was a spy in the Soul River, similar to the Yu ancestor during the immortal ancient chaos era. At Zhou Tong's current realm, he didn't care about a second immortal king appearing in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He even looked forward to the appearance of a second immortal king. Although Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Vicious were amazing, they were still weak. Even if they had some strange ideas, they were still inferior to the immortal kings. Even the weakest immortal king was stronger than them. The path of cultivation was like this. If there were existences with similar cultivation that could discuss with each other, they could definitely make great progress in their cultivation. Especially since Zhou Tong's most urgent task now was to completely perfect his own Divine Emperor Sutra. Who else was more suitable than the Divine Emperor to discuss with him? Chapter 1109. The mythical 9-layered coffin required fresh blood to open. Although Zhou Tong could easily break the restrictions on the coffin and open it by force, he was here to discuss Tao with the Divine Emperor. There was no need for him to use such a violent method to break in. He had been to the alien realm several times and already had a lot of genuine mortal's blood in his hands. Naturally, he could open the coffin easily. A drop of genuine immortal's blood dripped down. Suddenly, the 9-layered coffin cracked open with a crack. The first layer of the coffin was opened. The coffin inside was obviously one size smaller. It was also simple and natural with various blurry patterns engraved on it. But after all, it was the blood of a genuine immortal. Opening one layer of the coffin did not consume much energy. Crack! The coffin continued to open. The second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer, the power of the genuine immortal's blood seeped into the 9-layered coffin continuously. Powerful waves surged violently, just like a burning flame. In just a few moments, 8 layers of the 9-layered coffin were opened. Only the last layer was left. This layer of coffin was only the size of a thumb. It was simple and plain, but it exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. A formless power surged like a tsunami. Opening the first 8 layers of coffins only consumed half a drop of genuine immortal's blood. Zhou Tong casually dripped the remaining half drop of blood on the last layer of coffin. Suddenly, crack! With a soft sound, a small crack appeared on the last layer of coffin. A majestic emperor aura came down from the crack like a vast ocean, boundless and endless, rushing straight at Zhou Tong. There was another world inside this thumb-sized coffin. It was like a vast world. The emperor aura inside was extremely terrifying. It was like a river of stars falling from the sky. It was boundless and without an end. However, Zhou Tong's eyes flickered slightly. It was as though time had passed. The vast and terrifying Emperor baleful Qi instantly dissipated. Crack! Finally, a terrifying sound was heard. The last layer of the 9-layered coffin was finally opened. The coffin flipped over and fell to the side. Instantly, a strong wind blew. The sun and the moon trembled. The river of stars in the sky trembled. Zhou Tong's expression was calm. He uttered a word. Suppress. In an instant, all the Emperor Qi and Emperor Qi completely dissipated, leaving only the thumb-sized coffin floating quietly in front of Zhou Tong. From the surface of the coffin, one could see the turbulent chaos within. It was as if a brand new world was evolving, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The coffin slowly floated into the air and then flipped over. Boom! With a loud bang, a humanoid creature fell out from the last layer of the sarcophagus. His body was shrouded in chaotic mist as he fell out of the sarcophagus and landed in front of Zhou Tong. This was a majestic man. He sat cross-legged in front of Zhou Tong, and the myriad Tao of the world was suppressed. Divine Emperor, why haven't you woken up yet? Zhou Tong asked, trying to wake the Divine Emperor up. His voice was not loud, but it contained a mysterious power. It was as if he was enlightened, causing the God King to open his eyes. Boom! In an instant, 9-colored celestial light erupted from the Divine Emperor's body. Then, it merged into a 10th color in the void. Accompanied by the vast 10-colored celestial light, a majestic aura surged. The Divine Emperor opened his eyes. The light was too dazzling, illuminating the 10-colored celestial light. The terrifying aura was like a vast ocean, boundless and terrifying. One could even vaguely see the light of the 11th color. He was undergoing nirvana, and he was about to succeed. Boom! A palm slapped toward Zhou Tong, bringing with it the 10-colored light. It was extremely dazzling as it rushed toward Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong raised his hand and met the attack with his palm. Clang! An earth-shattering sound erupted. It was grand and terrifying. Ripples of the great Tao spread out. If this was not the divine realm, and there were many formations and restrictions set up by Zhou Tong, everything would have been destroyed in this exchange. When the 10-colored celestial light faded and the chaotic mist dispersed, Zhou Tong and the Divine Emperor sat facing each other and did not attack again. As expected, He already has the battle prowess of a quasi-immortal king. Moreover, he is not far from that immortal king. After the end of the 11th transformation, he will immediately become an immortal king. In one exchange, Zhou Tong had already estimated the weight of the God Emperor. "Who are you? Why did you disturb my sleep?" Opposite him, the Divine Emperor finally spoke. The God King's body flowed with multicolored light. His body contained a mysterious and unfathomable power. However, one could see that it was difficult for him to move because there seemed to be a layer of silk wrapping around his body. His body was still shrouded in the immortal mist. He was still transforming and had not stopped. Zhou Tong naturally saw that the Divine Emperor had not completely completed the 11th transformation. Once he completed it, he would become an immortal king. "My name is Zhou Tong. I didn't intentionally disturb fellow Taoists this time. In fact, I have a pretty good relationship with the divine silkworm ridge that fellow Taoist inherited. I woke fellow Taoist up this time for the sake of discussing the Tao," said Zhou Tong. "Discuss Tao?" The Divine Emperor looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. He also had a look of fear because the previous collision was already the greatest power he could muster, but he could not do anything to the person in front of him. Moreover, it seemed that he had not used his full strength. This aura gave him a strong sense of threat. "I came with good intentions." Zhou Tong looked at the silk-like layer on the surface of the Divine Emperor's body and continued, "I know that you have not completed the 11th transformation. Maybe I can help you." "What did you say? Help me?" The Divine Emperor's eyes emitted a brilliant immortal light. He was a little surprised and doubtful, but at the same time, he also had some hope and some fear. Zhou Tong smiled and said, "No need to show such an expression. I told you earlier that I have a good relationship with the lineage of the divine silkworm ridge. In the early years, I also studied the scriptures you left behind and benefited a lot from them. However, although fellow Taoist's 10th transformation is world-shaking, in my opinion, there are some other ways." "Oh, I would like to hear the details." The Divine Emperor was slightly relieved and immediately said, "Your 10th transformation is a fusion of the previous 9 transformations. Although it has surpassed the past and reached an unprecedented height, there is still a possibility that you can create a brand new 10th transformation just like the previous 9 transformations." Zhou Tong explained some of his insights into the 10th transformation to the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor's eyes immediately lit up, but his expression also changed after hearing Zhou Tong's explanation. Surprise, disappointment, doubt. All kinds of expressions emerged on the Divine Emperor's face. Zhou Tong's 10th transformation was completely different from his own. Many of the changes made the Divine Emperor's eyes light up. However, this was followed by even more doubts and confusion. Chapter 11:10. After a long time, the Divine King said, "Fellow Taoist, your 10th transformation is amazing and has surpassed the previous limits. Unfortunately, it is not complete." "Yes, it is not complete. After all, I am not from the divine silkworm race, so there are many subtleties that I have yet to comprehend. Please enlighten me." Zhou Tong said, "How can I teach you when you have already comprehended to this level?" The Divine King shook his head. "However, your 10th transformation has indeed benefited me a lot. I will also talk about my 11th transformation. Even though it is not complete, it might be useful to you. Back then, my life was about to end, so I had no choice but to walk on the path of life and death." The Divine King then began to talk about the technique he created. Zhou Tong listened attentively. This was because this was a completely new cultivation method that surpassed the 10 transformations of the God Emperor. So this is the Divine King's technique. No wonder he wanted to bury himself in the coffin to transform. No wonder his coffin contained so much evil emperor and corpse chi. The content of the 11th transformation is very similar to the immortality art of the immortal emperor. He must have studied the soul pond left behind by the immortal emperor after his transformation. To a certain extent, this content is more similar to the breakthrough method of the immortal realm's Little Stone King. With Zhou Tong's cultivation base, he was able to comprehend most of the contents of the God Emperor 11 transformations while the God Emperor was talking. The first 9 transformations of the Divine Emperor Sutra represented the transformations of the 9 supreme, immortal birds and divine beasts. Each transformation corresponded to the great way of the corresponding divine beast. The 10th transformation represented a kind of mastery. After he mastered the first 9 transformations, the 10th transformation was produced. The 11th transformation was a further transformation based on the previous foundation. This was a transformation from the real to the illusory. If one had to give this transformation a name, it should be called the life and death transformation. The first 10 transformations were real transformations. It was clear that one had become a living being. However, from the 11th transformation onwards, his scripture moved towards the illusory direction. It changed from a real living being to a conceptual transformation. This transformation belonged to the Tao transformation. Back then, the Divine King created this initial transformation when his lifespan was about to end. The reason why his transformation was similar to the transformation of the Immortal Emperor was because they both allowed their bodies to decay and took a brand new step with their souls. The divine soul pond left behind by the Immortal Emperor was the result of the transformation of his soul, and the devil mist he left behind was the result of the decay of his body. In the same way, in the coffin of the Divine Emperor, the monarch-killing intent and corpse chi that could destroy the world were also the products of his decaying body. They were similar to the devil mist of the Immortal Emperor. The reason why his transformation was similar to the Little Stone Emperor's breakthrough method was because this method gave birth to a strand of vitality that was not easy to obtain when one was at the peak of death. It was this strand of life force that pushed him to undergo the next transformation. Because of this, he continued to maintain his life force in the coffin for countless years and continued to transform. Moreover, his breakthrough method was the same as the Little Stone Emperor's breakthrough method. They had one thing in common, and that was that it took an extremely long time. The Little Stone Emperor sought life in death and was reborn after countless years. It was the same for the Divine Emperor. He had been lying in the coffin for millions of years and had not successfully broken through until now. After a long time, Zhou Tong opened his mouth and praised, "The peak of death is life, and the peak of life is death. My fellow Taoists' understanding of the way of life and death is admirable. However, there seems to be some divergence in the most critical areas." Zhou Tong immediately pointed out a few key points in the Divine Emperor's scripture and pointed out the errors in these points. As Zhou Tong pointed out, the Divine Emperor's expression became more and more joyful. He quickly nodded and said, "My fellow Taoist is right. There are indeed some problems in these areas. Thank you for your guidance." There were indeed some problems with his own transformation, but he himself had not discovered it. Perhaps in the countless years to come, he would discover the source of the problem. However, now that someone had directly pointed out the problem, it meant that it was very likely that he would achieve perfection in advance. However, my technique is very different from fellow Taoist 10th transformation. My 11th transformation is the void transformation, but your transformation is still the true transformation. Now, I will tell you in detail some of my state of mind and thoughts when I created this scripture. The Divine Emperor returned the favor. He also knew what Zhou Tong wanted. The Divine Emperor spoke very carefully. It was also an opportunity for him to review his own cultivation path. Zhou Tong listened quietly and occasionally spoke up to discuss with the Divine Emperor. Both of them were proficient in the cultivation method of the Divine Silkworm clan. The Divine Emperor was the founder of this method, and Zhou Tong also walked a completely different path based on this method. The two of them collided and soon aroused new sparks. Countless inspirations surged in their hearts. With the discussion, Zhou Tong's Divine Emperor scripture became more and more complete. Many of the contents were completely perfected. Even the 11th transformation, which combined all the changes of the 10 vicious, vaguely appeared. On the other side, The Divine Emperor's 11th transformation was also more and more perfect during the discussion. One could even vaguely see dazzling, immortal light radiating from the Divine Emperor. He seemed to be breaking out of his cocoon and reaching a whole new level. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. Boom! Suddenly, the explosive sound of a thunder tribulation shook the entire universe. An incomparably terrifying thunder tribulation descended. The desolate universe was dazzling. Is someone proving the Tao again? The Divine Emperor, who was discussing the Tao with Zhou Tong, suddenly turned to look at the desolate universe. But soon, his expression changed slightly. No, it's not a great emperor tribulation. What is this terrifying tribulation? Zhou Tong looked at the desolate universe. The people transcending the tribulation were the Azure the Arch and Zhou Tong's Prince Tian incarnation. He said leisurely, "It's a Dharma creation tribulation." Dharma creation tribulation? What's that? The Divine Emperor was confused. Dharma creation was beyond his imagination. Zhou Tong roughly explained to him what a Dharma creation tribulation was. The person transcending the tribulation is the son of the Azure Lotus Divine Medicine and the Immortal Emperor. When the Divine Emperor was on the throne, the Azure the Arch had not yet been born. At that time, it was only the Azure Lotus Divine Medicine. However, when he was on the throne, the Immortal Emperor had already appeared. That was why he recognized Prince Tian's aura. Amazing. It's actually another system. The Divine Emperor exclaimed. I started this system. They just went one step further and walked through it. That's why this level of Dharma creation tribulation was triggered. Zhou Tong said, if I'm not wrong, this Dharma creation tribulation might last for 100 years. If the two of them work together, it won't be a problem. The most difficult part of the Dharma creation tribulation was that it lasted for too long. Fortunately, both the Azure the Arch, who was transformed from the immortal divine medicine, and Prince Tian, who was in the body of a phoenix, were full of vitality. They were best at protracted battles. Chapter 1111. The Azure the Arch and Prince Tian's incarnations passed through the Dharma creation tribulation easily. The Dharma creation tribulation was very difficult for one person, but when there were many Dharma creators, the chances of success increased greatly. Of course, when there were many people, the fortune of the Dharma creation tribulation was divided equally among many people. After the Dharma creation tribulation dissipated, Zhou Tong and the Divine Emperor turned their attention to the divine silkworm's transformation. They continued to discuss and discuss. 3,000 years after Zhou Tong opened the Divine Emperor's coffin, crack! The special silk substance on the Divine Emperor's body suddenly cracked, and an 11-colored immortal light seeped out of the cracks. A strong pressure instantly bloomed from the Divine Emperor's body. Fellow Taoist, are you ready to break through? Zhou Tong asked the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor said, thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Without you, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take for me to take this unprecedented step. Now, not only have I perfected the 11 transformations, but I've also created the 12 transformations. My 11 transformations should be called the Death Transformation. As for the Life Transformation, that should be the content of the 12 transformations. The 11 transformations and the 12 transformations are called the Life and Death Transformation. As the Divine Emperor spoke, the silk-like substance on his body cracked even more. Chi! In the next moment, the Divine Emperor soared into the sky with the 11-colored immortal light, crossing the universe's starry sky. Ah, the immortal light has come and crossed the sky. Is the gate of immortality about to open? Is the path of immortality about to open again? 11-colored immortal light? Why do I feel that 10 of the colors are very familiar? This feeling is familiar. This aura, it's a bit like the people from the Divine Silkworm Ridge. Exclamations sounded, and the world was shocked. In the universe, every expert and cultivator who had reached the Great Saint realm could sense it and looked up at the firmament. Then, all sides were shaken, and everyone under the heavens was shocked. The immortal light crosses the universe. The transformation is complete. It's time for the immortal king tribulation. Zhou Tong knew very well what would happen next. Boom! As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, endless runes of the great Tao descended from all directions. Most of the runes came from the outside and landed on the godly emperor's body. After tens of thousands of years, another immortal king tribulation had descended upon this realm. The terrifying great tribulation of heaven and earth descended. The past and present, as long as it had appeared in history, the endless great Tao principles and the order of heaven and earth began to judge the divine emperor. That's the immortal king tribulation? Did someone transcend the tribulation again? Who is it? Yi Fan, No Beginning, Green the Arch, and Ruthless the Arch all looked at the outskirts of the universe in shock. They simply couldn't imagine who in the universe had the qualifications to transcend the immortal king tribulation. Logically speaking, all the experts in the universe were in their eyes. They should know all their backgrounds. How could an unfamiliar expert suddenly appear and undergo the immortal king great tribulation so abruptly? Pooh! The moment the great calamity descended, the god emperor cracked open on the spot. Waves of blood essence unique to the god silkworm race permeated the entire universe's starry sky. Countless people instantly understood the identity of the person undergoing the calamity. Divine Emperor? It was actually him. He actually didn't die. And he actually cultivated to such a level. Yi Fan, No Beginning, Ruthless the Arch, and the others instantly understood the identity of the person undergoing the calamity. Looks like the Divine Emperor has been hiding in some unknown place for countless years to transform. Green the Arch thought to himself. In the divine realm, Yenryu was also awakened by the aura of the immortal king tribulation. She took a step forward and came to Zhou Tong's side. It's the Divine Emperor? Could it be that he's been hiding somewhere to transform all this time? Yenryu looked at Zhou Tong with some worry. In the past, Zhou Tong was the only immortal king in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that there was another immortal king, the situation might change. Don't worry. Back then, when I was still the 3 immortal kings, I found the Divine Emperor's coffin. I've always carried it with me. I only released it now. Zhou Tong indicated that there was no need for Yenryu to be overly worried. However, compared to Yenryu and the others' astonishment, the God Silkworm Ridge lineage was the most shocked. They couldn't imagine that the ancient ancestor, whom they had always thought to be dead, was actually still alive. This was simply too crazy. It subverted their understanding. Most importantly, this great tribulation was clearly the immortal king tribulation that the celestial tyrant the Arch had once undergone. This universe was about to welcome a second immortal king, the Divine Emperor. At this moment in the universe, the immortal king tribulation was still ongoing. The test of the Divine Emperor's physical body had already ended. Following that, it was the interrogation of the primordial spirit. Endless great Tao laws descended, and beams of light pierced his head. The immortal king tribulation was unavoidable. The person undergoing the tribulation had to endure the devastation of the great tribulation. The beams of great Tao light struck the Divine Emperor until his entire body trembled. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his skull cracked, and his primordial spirit seemed to be on the verge of being scattered. However, the Divine Emperor's millions of years of accumulation was no small matter. He forcibly withstood the tribulation. Several days later, the monstrous fluctuations finally disappeared. The Divine Emperor had successfully transcended the tribulation and became the second immortal king in this realm after Zhou Tong. The second immortal king has also been born. The recovery of this realm is about to take another important step forward. Zhou Tong said he could feel that the legacy of the birth of the immortal king was returning to the living beings of this realm. This realm would become more and more prosperous, and there would be more and more geniuses. The World Tree. The World Tree is the most important thing. Zhou Tong looked internally at his 10 heavens divine ring and felt a little regretful. Zhou had hoped that the world tree inside his 10 heavens divine ring could nurture a world tree sapling and then hand it over to Shidi to officially become this realm's world tree. However, now that his 10 heavens divine ring was damaged, the world tree could not take care of anything else, let alone divert its energy to nurture a new world tree. Since the 10 heavens divine ring's world tree can't be used, I'll use the world tree inside Prince Tian's body to nurture it. If I don't make a move soon, some of the spirit roots in this realm will slowly evolve into world trees on their own, Zhou thought to himself. Zhou wanted the entire Shidi to maintain its strong competitiveness, but he also wanted the entire world to recover and return to its former glory. Therefore, he had to do something to the world tree to limit the lifespan of the Great Emperor. Otherwise, without such a harsh environment, the future Great Emperor would be like those trash supreme beings from the chaotic ancient era that Yi Fan regarded as inferior to pigs. Looks like I have to find a chance to make a trip to the other realm. At the very least, I have to get an immortal king's corpse for Prince Tian's incarnation to absorb. Zhou thought to himself. However, it might not be the other realm. There are also dark immortal kings in other places. The other realm has been invaded by me twice in a row, so they might have already made preparations. If I go again, I might have to face the siege of those monsters. Chapter 11-12. The Divine Emperor's immortal king tribulation had dispersed, and the entire Divine Silkworm Ridge was celebrating. The sealed Imperial Prince, Taoist Divine Silkworm, had broken out of his seal and charged into the starry sky to welcome his father back. After the Divine Emperor succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, he first conversed with the descendants of the Divine Silkworm clan, and then he brought his son back to the God domain. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. The Divine Emperor bowed to Zhou. Taoist Divine Silkworm bowed as well. We just took what we needed. Zhou nodded slightly to the Divine Emperor, and then he gazed at Taoist Divine Silkworm and said, "We haven't seen each other for many years. Yeah, you remind me of the battle with Big Dipper." Taoist Divine Silkworm sighed with emotion. He recalled the battle where he, Zhou, and the Holy Prince had fought Huiqilin, the Golden Maiden, Long Nu, and Prince Tian. But I already know what you're thinking, fellow Taoist. Zhou pondered deeply for a moment, and then he waved his hand, causing a page refined from immortal gold to float out and descend onto Taoist Divine Silkworm. At the same time, a crimson red fruit flew out from Zhou hand and flew towards Taoist Divine Silkworm. This was a completely new scripture that Zhou and the Divine Emperor had completely perfected after discussing the Tao all these years. The Divine Emperor definitely wanted Zhou to pass this scripture to his son because he didn't want his son to walk his own path. He wanted Taoist Divine Silkworm to use their Tao as a reference and walk a completely new path. The crimson red fruit was a fruit from the 9 profundity longevity herb, and it just so happened to be able to help Taoist Divine Silkworm cultivate. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I owe you a favor for this. The Divine Emperor spoke solemnly. After that, the Divine Emperor left the God domain with his son once more. Right after the Divine Emperor left, Zhou slowly took out something. It was a colorless and transparent object that seemed like a ring condensed from a river. It was Zhou diamond carving. It's time to experiment with the 11 transformations I created. Zhou casually pointed at the diamond carving. Rumble. Immediately, the originally colorless and transparent diamond chakram that resembled a long river suddenly turned scarlet red. Like a drop of red ink dripping into a cup of water, the scarlet color quickly spread to the entire diamond chakram, dyeing it red. Following the appearance of red, orange appeared. The brilliant orange slowly fused into the diamond chakram, turning the scarlet river water into an orange-red color. Yellow, crimson, red radiance longevity, jades, crimson Tao, and golden radiance longevity jade, crimson. The divine sills, the divine emperors, the divine light Taos. was gold-red divine this time. Zhou Tong's refining was also to verify whether or not the 11 transformations he had created had any flaws. His Divine Sovereign Sutra must have 11 transformations, and these 11 transformations were the result of the fusion of the first 10 transformations. According to Zhou Tong's cultivation of the sixth secret realm, the first step was to transform the true fate of the 10 vicious beasts into the sixth secret realm. After that, the 10 vicious beasts' true fate would have to be fully integrated into one. It was just like how he had fused the 10 great divine forms of the Overlord body to create the one and only divine form on his path back then. The Soul Divine Exalt was a huge breakthrough in Zhou Tong's cultivation path. Thus, his sixth secret realm should also correspond to this breakthrough, allowing him to perfectly fuse the 10 true fate into one. And this fusion step was the so-called 11 transformations. Boom! At this moment, the diamond carving spun in front of Zhou Tong. Blazing 9-colored immortal light rushed into the heavens. Primal chaos leaked out. Multicolored light rose, and endless great Tao runes surged. The void was agitated. Moreover, the diamond carving was getting bigger and bigger. The ring floated into the 9 heavens, emitting dazzling multicolored light. It was huge and boundless. As it spun, it brought along countless great Tao runes. At this moment, the entire universe saw the terrifying diamond carving in the sky above the divine realm. That's his diamond carving. Didn't it become an immortal artifact long ago? He wants to refine it into an immortal king artifact? Yifan looked at the huge diamond carving in surprise. His eyes were burning. Just the aura that the diamond carving was emitting now surpassed Yifan's. He knew that this weapon was going to become an immortal king artifact. Zhou Tong spent a full 3 years to reforge the diamond chakram. Only then was it truly completed. This made many people incomparably envious, especially the Divine Emperor. Even he wanted such an immortal king artifact. Of course, the Divine Emperor could see that Zhou Tong was further verifying his scripture. This diamond carving contained his own understanding and changes of the divine silkworm race's scripture. But why does he value our race's scripture so much? The Divine Emperor was puzzled. In these several thousand years of Tao discussion, he could clearly see that Zhou Tong had definitely put in a lot of hard work into this scripture. Zhou Tong's understanding of many of the contents even surpassed his own, the creator. In particular, his unprecedented 10th transformation had broken the limits of this scripture. This was because, according to the Divine Emperor's understanding, the first 10 became real, and the 11th and 12th became void. This just happened to unify the void and real, and it could even evolve into the 13th transformation in the future. However, Zhou Tong added an additional transformation of the real, which greatly increased the upper limit of the scripture. A human's understanding of the divine silkworm race's scripture exceeded that of the divine silkworm race. This was truly puzzling to the Divine Emperor. Real transformation. The 10th transformation became the 11th transformation. Then, how will you evolve the void transformation in the future? Your void transformation should be stronger, otherwise, how can it match the real transformation? The Divine Emperor was perplexed. He couldn't understand the reason for Zhou Tong's current progress. At this moment, in the sky above the divine realm, something is wrong. Zhou Tong's expression slightly changed after he finished refining the diamond carving. He suddenly thought of something and immediately shot the diamond carving out. It turned into a 9-colored ray and flew into the desolate universe. Boom! At this moment, lightning suddenly filled the sky. All the beings in the universe were shocked. Even the Divine Emperor was shocked. Immortal King Tribulation. Immortal King Tribulation? But how is this possible? A weapon can also trigger an immortal king tribulation? The Divine Emperor was shocked. Not only the Divine Emperor, but Yifan and the others were also shocked. A weapon could actually trigger an immortal king tribulation. This really subverted their understanding of weapons. Could this be a completely new Tao? A weapon's Tao path? Yifan felt a little numb. Zhou Tong had caused so many waves that even he was a little envious. Even if it's a living weapon, it's closely related to us cultivators. Even if it triggers a heavenly tribulation, it shouldn't trigger such a great tribulation. Could it be that this weapon doesn't use its own Tao? No Beginning was also a little surprised. He naturally knew what a living weapon was. His own clock was such an example. However, he couldn't understand the concept of a weapon that didn't rely on a master and achieve Tao on its own. Chapter 11:13. It actually produced an immortal king tribulation. Zhou Tong was also a little surprised at first, but then he came to a realization. Yes, this diamond carving has been promoted to an immortal king artifact, so it should produce an immortal king tribulation. Because the patterns of the great Tao on this artifact were not only carved by me, but also the display and fusion of the profound meaning of the immortal gold. My diamond carving's refining technique is actually very similar to the refining technique of the pollen road in the future. It's not about artificially fusing the profound meaning of the great Tao, but about letting nature refine on its own. It's normal for an immortal king tribulation to appear. In fact, before it became an immortal artifact, it had already undergone tribulation several times. It's just that for so long, I neglected the immortal king tribulation. At this time, Zhou Tong thought of the diamond carving in the future era of the Holy Ground. It also had a heavenly tribulation. The diamond carving received the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Endless runes of the great Tao seeped in from the outside world, constantly turning into light and evolving into symbols. They continued to imprint on the diamond carving, promoting it to become stronger. Finally, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the diamond carving returned to normal. It turned into a 9-colored light and instantly flew back to Zhou Tong's palm from the desolate edge of the universe. This is the brand new diamond carving. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction. The brand new diamond carving was already an immortal king artifact. It was magnificent, and the 9-colored light of the immortal gold flowed like the most perfect art of the heavens. Compared to the previous diamond carving, the 9-colored light of the immortal gold was much more hazy, and it had a dreamlike beauty. Chi! With a flash of multicolored light, the brand new diamond chakram was brought out by Zhou Tong. It shone brightly in the air. The radiance was too resplendent, practically illuminating the heavens. Countless runes curled around it. The brand new diamond carving's power was too strong, and it could split heaven and earth. The inside of the ring was like a world changing, swallowing and spitting the sun and moon, and could suck in all the stars in the sky. At the same time, the spinning ring drove strands of time energy, making it seem eternal and immortal. Seeing this scene, countless people in the universe gasped. What an amazing diamond carving! It actually contains the power of time and space. Many people exclaimed in admiration. There were even more people who were envious, wishing that this thing was theirs. However, Zhou Tong quickly put away the diamond carving. So that's how it is. These small parts of the scripture can still be slightly modified. After Zhou Tong put away the diamond carving, he immediately contacted the god inside the diamond carving. He carefully studied the profound meaning of the 11 Changes Sutra. Suddenly, he had an idea of how to modify it. It's about time for me to begin cultivating the 10th transformation. Zhou Tong flipped his palm and put away the diamond carving. It turned into a 9-colored light and entered the 10 heavenly ring, assisting Zhou Tong's true fate in suppressing the world and further stabilizing the 10 heavenly ring. Soon, Zhou Tong began to cultivate the 10th transformation of the Divine Sovereign Sutra that he had comprehended. Sutra after sutra flowed into his heart like water. At the same time, the 9 phantoms in his 10 heavenly ring began to emit a mysterious halo. Boom! In the next moment, Zhou Tong activated the reincarnation mirror. A brilliant light of reincarnation shone on Zhou Tong's primordial spirit and body. Then, Zhou Tong's mind went blank. It was as if he had been reborn. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pitch-black world in front of him. It was like a world of ghosts. At the same time, he looked inside himself. His entire person had changed. He had turned into a strange beast. Its body shape was similar to a wolf's, but this wolf had a pair of huge bull horns on its head. There was also a vertical eye between its eyebrows that emitted a terrifying aura of death. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. They were extremely hard, like dark immortal gold. They emitted a cold luster. Between the gaps of the scales, blood-red hair grew. The most terrifying part was the 9 tails on its back. Each tail was like a horned dragon without limbs. It was ferocious and frightening. This was the 9 phantoms of the vicious 10. Roar! Almost instinctively, it opened its mouth and howled. Although it was only a cub, this howl was like the sound of a bell of death. One could see strands of green ripples spreading out from its mouth in all directions. Wherever the ripples swept, everything turned to ashes. Moving its 4 limbs, Zhou Tong's 9 phantoms, AO, turned into a red and black light and flew across the ground. Day after day passed. Zhou Tong lived, fought, cultivated, and killed in this strange battlefield as the 9 phantoms AO. This was the strangest battlefield. There were all kinds of powerful monsters everywhere. Roar! With a wild howl, the 9 dragon heads and tails covered the sky and stabbed forward like the stinger of a scorpion, fast and vicious. At the same time, the dragon heads roared, and the void collapsed. Boom! With a loud sound, the endless void in front of them seemed to be completely destroyed. Everything was swallowed up by the 9 dragon heads and tails. The 9 tails were like 9 black holes. The dragons' mouths were filled with endless runes. When they exploded with full strength, a large area of the void was swallowed up. The 9 phantoms AO rampaged across the battlefield. Sometimes the dragon heads and tails swallowed the sky and the earth. Sometimes the bull horns charged wildly, and sometimes the eyes of death pierced through the sun and moon. This was the life of the 9 phantoms AO, the most cruel and dark. Zhou Tong's 9 phantoms AO continued to fight and kill on the battlefield, and this battle lasted for 1,000,000 years. Zhou Tong's body also evolved into the 9 phantoms AO again. His body was filled with killing intent and the aura of death. Boom! Finally, Zhou Tong's 9 phantoms AO shook violently and turned back into human form. He opened his eyes, which were filled with the color of death. This was the result of 1,000,000 years of reincarnation. Over the past 1,000,000 years, he had come from killing and fighting. 1,000,000 years of time. After becoming an immortal king, the reincarnation light's reincarnation time is completely different from before. Now I understand why the 9 phantoms AO is the most vicious of the vicious 10. It turns out that a normal 9 phantoms AO grows up like this. 1,000,000 years of fighting, unimaginable battle experience. The light in Zhou Tong's eyes gradually dimmed, and he returned to his original appearance. 1,000,000 years of reincarnation was only an instant in reality. However, Zhou Tong knew that he had saved a lot of time. In reincarnation, he grew up again as the 9 phantoms AO from childhood to adulthood, and then to immortality. During this time, countless comprehensions became Zhou Tong's foundation. Along with this, the quasi-immortal Emperor light on his body became stronger. The 10th true fate, the 9 phantoms AO, is also complete. Zhou Tong looked at the 10 heavenly rings. The 9 phantoms AO, divine fetus, was different from before. Its eyes were much more lively, as if it had a real life. The 9 phantoms AO, divine fetus, had officially become the 9 phantoms AO, true fate. Zhou Tong's 10 true fates were also complete at this moment. Chapter 11:14. The last true fate has been perfected. Zhou Tong closed his eyes, and a mysterious feeling emerged in his heart. It was the feeling of a perfect great Tao. In terms of true fate, it had been completely perfected. Moreover, my 10 heavenly divine ring has become more stable. Zhou Tong looked at his 10 heavenly divine ring and said in his heart, The 10 vicious true fate was born within the 10 heavenly divine ring. The 10 heavenly divine ring and the 10 vicious true fate had an inseparable connection. Now that the 10 vicious true fate was perfected, it naturally affected the 10 heavenly divine ring. I feel, after perfecting the true fate this time, my 6th secret realm seems to have shown signs of expansion. After some research, I should be able to integrate the 2nd true fate. Zhou Tong felt that his 6th secret realm was about to extend. But now there's no chance. The diamond carving has been cultivated and the 9 heavens 10 earths has experienced another immortal king tribulation. If I don't deal with the problem of the world tree, this world will choose a new world tree. Zhou Tong stood up and took a step. The stars reversed, and he had already arrived at the desolate region of the universe. Then, with another step, he left this world and entered the depths of the primal chaos sea. His goal was very clear. It was the location of the realm sea. He couldn't go to the foreign realm for a short period of time because Zhou Tong was afraid that he would immediately be surrounded and beaten up. Moreover, it was very likely that it was those immortal kings who had been baptized by the blood of half-immortal emperors. Therefore, his goal was the realm sea. Although the realm sea had already been taken away by the heavenly Emperor Huang, and that place had already become a piece of primal chaos, that place had long been visited by darkness. The first dark immortal king that Zhou Tong met was there. Speaking of which, the realm sea was hidden by Heaven Emperor Huang. Then, what has become of the place where the realm sea was originally located? Zhou Tong was very curious. Then, he immediately entered the primal chaos in front of him. This primal chaos was very special. The more Zhou Tong went, the more he felt a kind of oppressive aura, and the further he went, the deeper the primal chaos seemed to be dyed. The color became darker and darker. In the depths, it was almost pitch black. Zhou Tong felt a dense dark matter. So much dark matter? Could it be that this was the source of the dark matter? Could it be that the Soul River and the ancient underworld are hidden in this area? Zhou Tong's brows furrowed as he stared at the pitch-black chaos. According to the history he knew, this shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, specks of light appeared in front of him. Specks of red light appeared in the black-dyed primal chaos. It was very brilliant. Something different had appeared in this strange chaos. Zhou Tong immediately became alert. Perhaps there were enemies in front of them. He continued to move forward. Every step he took caused an illusion to fade away. But as he approached the land of scarlet light, Zhou Tong gradually understood that the scarlet light carried the mark of an immortal king. It was blood, the blood of an immortal king. Boom! Suddenly, as Zhou Tong approached, a strange man with disheveled hair emerged from a patch of pitch-black primordial chaos. His entire body was shrouded in pitch-black mist. He roared and quickly attacked Zhou Tong. This was a strange person whose entire body was corroded by darkness. He was extremely powerful, and he was also an immortal king. Unfortunately, he had completely lost himself. His entire body emitted a dark aura. This strange person's pitch-black hair danced in the wind. His fighting style was almost instinctive. It didn't seem to be controlled by a real immortal king. Clang! He formed a sword art and lightning seal. Instantly, 100,000 sword chi surged, like billions of divine thunder rumbling. Pitch-black lightning leaves appeared in the void. As if they were made of dark immortal gold, they were incomparably dazzling and attacked Zhou Tong. This is the fusion of the lightning emperor technique and the grass symbol sword art. Zhou Tong was shocked. He didn't expect this immortal king to use the treasure technique of the Vicious 10. Moreover, it was the fusion of two great treasure techniques. Kill. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment. Zhou Tong was very decisive. He directly attacked. Immortal light bloomed all over his body, and his hair danced in the wind. He directly fought with this strange person. Pooh. However, after only 10 moves, this strange person who had been corroded by darkness was immediately shaken by Zhou Tong until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His arms, which were holding the sword art and lightning seal, almost exploded in the collision. Kill! Kill! This strange person seemed to have completely lost his mind. He completely ignored his injuries and attacked crazily, continuing to fight with Zhou Tong. However, it was all in vain. This strange person was a giant among immortal kings. Even his physical body was the strongest immortal king Zhou Tong had ever seen. He was not inferior to himself. Unfortunately, he was delirious and couldn't unleash his combat strength. Naturally, he was far from being a match for Zhou Tong. There was not much suspense in the battle. Pooh! After dozens of moves, Zhou Tong slashed out with all his strength. There was nothing it couldn't break. This immortal king who had been corroded by darkness was instantly beheaded. Kill! Kill me! However, after his head was removed, this person seemed to have regained some consciousness. His eyes were no longer as crazy as before. He begged Zhou Tong to kill him. You've regained your consciousness? However, Zhou Tong didn't make a move. It wasn't easy to find someone who could communicate with him. He naturally didn't want to kill him just like that. He moved extremely quickly. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of immortal light. It lingered around this person's head and purified the dark matter. As it was purified, this person's eyes became clearer and clearer. He advised, "It's useless. Don't waste your divine power. Even if this dark matter is purified, it will mysteriously reappear. Only by killing me can you end everything. It's the erosion of the system. You're also cultivating the 5 mystic realms technique left behind by Heavenly Emperor Huang." After a brief examination, Zhou Tong discovered that this person was from the same system as him. System erosion. Do you know anything about it? This person's eyes became brighter and brighter. It's the dark matter that wants to completely erode our entire system. In the future, anyone who cultivates this system will fall into darkness, Zhou Tong replied. System erosion? So it's the system erosion? Heavens, you're so cruel. But how is that possible? If you want to erode our entire system, then wouldn't the system's founder be? Impossible. You're invincible. No one can defeat you. This person seemed to have understood something, but his expression became even more painful. Zhou Tong said, "Are you referring to Heavenly Emperor Huang? You should be fine because I've also been affected by the dark matter. However, I've solved the problem. If something happened to Heavenly Emperor Huang, I won't be able to solve it so easily. You don't have to die. If you can open the 6th mystic realm, this level of dark matter erosion is nothing." The 6th mystic realm? You open the 6th mystic realm? This person looked at Zhou Tong in shock. However, his eyes dimmed immediately. If I could open the 6th mystic realm, I would have succeeded long ago. I'm not talented. If Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't cleanse my body with his monarch blood, I wouldn't be able to cultivate to my current level. What? Someone who was cleansed by Heavenly Emperor Huang's monarch blood? He's one of the 800 veterans? Zhou Tong was shocked. No wonder this person's physical body was so terrifying that even he couldn't kill him with his full strength. After the quasi-immortal Emperor Light appeared on the surface of his body, he could kill an ordinary immortal king with his full strength in 3 to 4 moves. Logically speaking, this kind of irrational immortal king should be faster. However, in fact, he had used up more strength to win. However, it wasn't strange that he was someone who had been cleansed by Heavenly Emperor Huang's monarch blood. If this person hadn't been affected by the dark matter and was still at his peak, Zhou Tong would probably have to fight with all his strength to defeat him. Chapter 11:15. Zhou Tong looked at the old soldier in front of him with countless doubts in his heart. This old soldier didn't seem to know much. They were clearly the people that Celestial Emperor Huang valued the most. He even gave them his emperor blood to baptize their bodies. But in the end, they suffered from the corrosion of darkness? How did you get infected by this thing? When was the last time you saw Celestial Emperor Huang? Zhou Tong continued to ask. He really wanted to know what had happened later. Celestial Emperor Huang left for who knows how long, so long that we forgot. More than 500,000 years ago, the dark matter reappeared. Ancestral Master Meng protected us and then went to high heavens alone. the old soldier said. He told Zhou Tong a lot of things he knew. However, this old soldier didn't know much. Moreover, Zhou Tong also felt that he seemed to be a little confused. Some of his words were contradictory and didn't connect. It should be caused by the corrosion of darkness. So the disappearance of the Realm C and Celestial Emperor Huang's sword Qi was not because Celestial Emperor Huang came back once, but because of Meng Tianzhong. Zhou Tong was also a little surprised. He had guessed wrong. It was not Celestial Emperor Huang who did it, but Meng Tianzhong. Yes, Meng Tianzhong has cultivated to the quasi-immortal emperor or even the immortal emperor realm in these endless years. Zhou Tong understood. In terms of talent, Meng Tianzhong was not much inferior to Celestial Emperor Huang. He was the first person to walk the path of using the body as a seed. He was even about to succeed back then. It could be said that he was the initiator of the heaven-shrouding technique. In high heavens, he could be called Daozu. Without Meng Tianzhong's experience, Celestial Emperor Huang might not have succeeded in cultivating the body as a seed. If I'm not wrong, Meng Tianzhong might have gone to high heavens to suffer a calamity. Zhou Tong guessed secretly. Kill. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly felt that the aura of the person in front of him had changed. Killing intent surged. Another consciousness jumped out from his body. He immediately bared his teeth and laughed sinisterly at Zhou Tong. Suppress. Zhou Tong casually tapped the space between his eyebrows. Before this consciousness could do anything else, a beam of immortal light directly suppressed it. However, Zhou Tong also understood that he could not save him because a new consciousness had been born in his body, and this consciousness was hostile to his original consciousness. If they were not enemies, perhaps they could still be saved. For example, Huoling'er, Heavenly Emperor Huang's wife. However, these two consciousnesses that would fight to the death would be difficult. Perhaps Heavenly Emperor Huang could be saved, but it was impossible for Zhou Tong to do so now. Most importantly, this person's primordial spirit had also been contaminated. Even if his primordial spirit was extracted, it would be useless. His primordial spirit would quickly give birth to his second consciousness. Kill me. Quick! I can't control this consciousness anymore. The man's eyes regained their clarity as he spoke to Zhou Tong. I finally understand the mentality of the desolate borders 7 kings during a mortal ancient era. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. Facing the darkness, he was still too powerless. Even though he had cultivated the 6th secret realm, if he encountered a slightly stronger dark matter, such as a half-immortal emperor-level dark matter, he would not be able to withstand it. Farewell. Zhou Tong had no other choice. He slapped down with his palm and completely killed this person. Then, a divine flame and immortal light repeatedly purified the remaining dark matter in his body. Out of respect for his ancestors, Zhou Tong did not use this person's body. Dark matter is indeed terrifying. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. This was a veteran who had been baptized by Heavenly Emperor Huang's blood. Even he was affected. One could imagine how terrifying this dark matter was. Speaking of which, how did this person get contaminated by the dark matter? If he wasn't deliberately schemed against or contaminated with a half-immortal emperor-level dark matter, ordinary dark matter shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Zhou Tong still had many doubts in his heart. Why would this person appear here? Who was the one who schemed against him? Were there still half-immortal emperors ahead? A series of doubts surged in Zhou Tong's heart, causing him to be puzzled. I'd better walk forward and see. If I really encounter something that I can't deal with, I'll come back. Zhou Tong hesitated for a while before finally deciding to walk forward. In front of him, the chaos was hazy, but the color was almost pitch black. The density of the dark matter here was simply unimaginable. Boom! At this moment, waves of ripples suddenly came from the depths of the chaos. Those were great Tao runes. With pitch-black light, they spread out and swept through a large area of chaos. This was simply the most terrifying storm. It whistled past, destroying the world. What a terrifying storm. And these great Tao runes. Could it be the aftermath of a half-immortal emperor's attack? Zhou Tong moved sideways, a trace of shock appearing in his eyes. Even he would have to use all his strength to deal with such a storm. If it was an ordinary immortal king, he would probably be killed immediately. After avoiding this storm, Zhou Tong continued forward. Boom! However, in the next moment, thunder rumbled in front of him. Streaks of pitch-black lightning rampaged in the chaos like millions of black dragons dancing wildly. This was still something formed by a terrifying law and great Tao order. It was enough to kill an immortal king. Moreover, the most important thing was that this area wasn't just one or two bolts of lightning, but a large pitch-black sea of lightning. Even if Zhou Tong wanted to go around, he didn't know how long it would take. What is this dark lightning? Zhou Tong's eyes were incomparably deep. After pondering for a while, he directly rushed towards the black lightning. Rumble! Zhou Tong fought against the black lightning with all his strength. He surged all the mana in his body and fought against the most terrifying runes. The half-immortal Emperor light on his body also shone with an unprecedented light. In this confrontation, Zhou Tong vomited blood. His body was covered in wounds. Countless bolts of lightning pierced through his body, charring his body black. Countless great Tao runes were like blades, slashing into his body heavily. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally retreated and left this area. At the same time, the divine fire in his body surged and immortal light shone, purifying the dark matter in his body. Half a month later, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and a strange and mysterious great Tao rune appeared on his fingertips. It was the half-immortal Emperor rune contained in the lightning. After spending so much time, I finally imprinted a half-immortal Emperor rune. Zhou Tong's eyes were deep. He stared at this rune without moving and carefully comprehended it. He wanted to pry into the deepest secrets of this rune. He had been sitting here for 3,000 years. Without a doubt, this half-immortal Emperor rune gave Zhou Tong a lot of inspiration. It greatly broadened his horizons, allowing him to pry into the mysteries of the half-immortal Emperor realm. Chapter 11:16. The quasi-immortal Emperor runes that belong to the Thunder technique. After comprehending them for 3,000 years, I've finally taken a step forward and found the method to integrate the Thunder Emperor's true fate into the sixth secret realm. A hint of joy appeared on Zhou Tong's face. He then sat down cross-legged, and the immortal light of the 5 secret realms in his body quickly spread in and then merged into the Thunder Emperor's true fate bit by bit. In an instant, the entire Thunder Emperor's true fate was completely ignited, and the terrifying light illuminated the past, present, and future. The Thunder Emperor's true fate completely disappeared in the long river of history, and in its place was Zhou Tong's figure. At the same time, a mysterious power spread out from the Thunder Emperor's true fate and flowed into Zhou Tong's body. So comfortable, Zhou Tong couldn't help but close his eyes. He felt that his limbs and bones were relaxed. This feeling was like absorbing the fortune of the heavenly tribulation after transcending it. The special power that belonged to the Thunder Emperor's true fate turned into a ray of light that nourished his skin and spread to every inch of his bones and internal organs, nourishing his body and strengthening it again. This effect was too powerful. In just a moment, Zhou Tong's body was wrapped in colorful mist of various colors, and colorful clouds appeared on his body. He was mysterious and unfathomable. There was also an incomparably exuberant vitality rippling out from his body. It was vigorous and powerful, and there was a kind of thriving vitality. All kinds of symbols flashed all over his body, like light, fire, lightning, and water. They were not imprinted on his body, but flowed in his body, shuttling through every gate of potential. Zhou Tong could sense that the gates of potential, which had originally reached the peak, had undergone another transformation. The potential contained in each gate was even stronger. Crackle! In Zhou Tong's body, All the bones began to move rhythmically, emitting the sound of metal colliding and the resplendent sound of the great Tao. His bones were also improving, emitting a luster, like an eternal light that would never be extinguished. After a long time, Zhou Tong stood up again. He opened his eyes, and his eyes contained the sun, moon, and stars. The quasi-immortal emperor's light on his body was more than twice as dense. This light was no longer floating on the surface of his body, but was blooming from within. Somehow, he was even closer to breaking through to the monarch realm. After the second true fate turned into the sixth secret realm, the changes became even more obvious. Zhou Tong's heart was filled with shock. Back then, when the true fate of Mole Cricket turned into the sixth secret realm, Zhou Tong didn't feel anything different. He only felt that his arcane energy had deepened and his affinity with time and space had increased by a few folds. But now, after the second Lightning Emperor's true fate turned into a second secret realm, Zhou Tong discovered that his entire body seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, as if he had successfully passed the tribulation. That's right, the true fate of the 10 Vicious has turned into the sixth secret realm, which means that I've assimilated all the characteristics of the 10 Vicious into my body and evolved. Zhou Tong suddenly understood the changes that had happened to him. The true dragon's transformation is the strongest. The immortal phoenix's vitality is the strongest. The Cheelant's aura is the strongest. The 9-leaf sword grass attack is the strongest. The heavenly horned ant's strength is the strongest. The 9 netherworld python's fierceness is the strongest. The Kuan Peng's yin yang Dao, the lightning emperor's strongest lightning technique, the divine striking stone's strongest divine sense attack, and the grand Dao of time and space of Mole Cricket. Assimilating all of these into my body, gathering all the strengths of the 10 Vicious. This is the biggest change that my sixth secret realm has brought me. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This was different from Zhou Tong's 10 Vicious divine form and tyrant ancestral body. Although Zhou Tong's tyrant ancestral body was said to have gathered all the strengths of the 10 Vicious, in reality, it was only an improvement on the foundation of a human race, not reaching the level of the 10 Vicious. But the sixth secret realm was completely different. To be more precise, the sixth secret realm's transformation didn't bring about an increase in cultivation, but rather a type of increase in life essence. Using strength as an example, the heavenly horned ant was known to be number 1. But in reality, the human race's exceptional heavenly talents could also cultivate to a level where they weren't inferior to the heavenly horned ant of the same level. For example, Heavenly Emperor Huang achieved this. Even the current Zhou Tong believed that his strength wouldn't be weaker than the heavenly horned ant of the same level. However, in reality, this type of strength was brought about by an extremely outstanding individual. However, Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm's transformation was different. What it brought was an increase in foundation, an increase in innate talent. In other words, once he merged his heavenly horned ant true fate, his strength would be even greater than the heavenly horned ant of the same level. An individual could rely on exceptional talent, hard work, and opportunities to catch up to some extreme race's innate strength. But what if an individual with exceptional talent also possessed the innate strength of an extreme race? Innately powerful races would often grow slower than those normal races. This was the greatest balance in the universe, and Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm was an existence that broke this balance. This was the true power of Zhou Tong's sixth secret realm. From another perspective, this was a type of heaven-mending technique, allowing Zhou Tong to reach the highest level among the Vicious 10. It was to the extent where, when combined with Zhou Tong's own conditions, he would surpass the original Vicious 10. There are still many profound mysteries of my sixth secret realm that I haven't fully studied. There are still many powerful areas that I need to explore. This point can only be slowly studied and grasped after completely merging the Vicious 10 true fate into my body. Zhou Tong was filled with endless expectations. The second true fate has also turned into the sixth secret realm, The third true fate will be the true dragon. Zhou looked towards the true dragon, true fate, within the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. During these years, the true dragon, true fate, has further perfected the great Tao law in my 10 heavenly passages divine ring. Zhou was looking forward to the transformation of the true dragon, true fate, into his 6th secret realm. When the true fate of the vicious 10 heavenly passages divine ring transformed into the 6th secret realm, it was still weak and had just passed the immortal king tribulation. However, because it was originally one of the vicious 10, its combat strength had reached the level of a peak immortal king. The true fate of the Thunder Monarch. It had spent countless years in the River of Time before it finally reached the level of an immortal king. As for the true dragon, true fate, when it was in the realm of immortals, it was already infinitely close to the level of an emperor. Its combat strength was comparable to that of immortal King Diguan. However, because the great Tao in the realm of immortals was incomplete, the true dragon, true fate's combat strength was reduced. Of course, after returning from the realm of immortals for so many years, the missing great Tao law in its body had already been repaired. Now, the true dragon, true fate's combat strength was not inferior to Zhou original body at all. It might even be a little stronger. It could be said to be the strongest among immortal kings. Zhou was looking forward to seeing how powerful he would be when the true dragon, true fate, also transformed into the 6th secret realm. Chapter 11:17. The lightning in the depths of this area is not something that I can touch now. I should change my direction and see if there are any strange creatures here. Zhou took one last look at the pitch-black lightning in front of him and turned to the side. After successfully transforming the Lightning Emperor's true fate into a part of the 6th secret realm, Zhou strength had increased greatly. Naturally, his speed of advancement had also increased. This pitch-black and strange chaotic area was filled with countless unknown and strange powers. Previously, Zhou had encountered the strange storm and the terrifying black lightning. After bypassing the lightning area and continuing forward, Zhou encountered several strange things one after another. For example, a strange lake, a terrifying flame, and some mountain rocks. The entire chaotic area looked like a huge garbage dump. However, everything here had a common characteristic: dark matter. Everything was filled with extremely dense dark matter. Even immortal kings would not be able to withstand the dark matter. Don't tell me that this is a place where the high heavens dump their trash and release their misfortune. A strange thought appeared in Zhou mind. The dark faction was not invincible even in the high heavens. They had their own enemies. They wanted to use darkness to dye the heavens, and even the high heavens black. Naturally, the other forces in the high heavens would not stand idly by. They poured all the dark matter that polluted the high heavens into the lower realm, further worsening the pollution of the lower realm. Boom! Suddenly, a strange monster appeared in the black swamp in front of him. It was an extremely disgusting monster. Its lower body looked like the body of a spider. However, the strange thing was that its 8 legs were all different. There were human legs, cat legs, lizard legs, T-Rex legs, skeleton legs. In addition, there was no spider hair on its spider body. To be more precise, the spider hair on its body were all bloody, monstrous hands. It was extremely terrifying, and this was only the lower half of its body. As for its upper half, it was even stranger. Its upper body was roughly humanoid, but it looked like a corpse that had been soaked in water for tens of thousands of years. Its entire body was swollen, and what was even stranger was that its swollen body was covered with shiny green eyeballs, which made people feel flustered just by looking at them. The monster also had a pair of terrifying wings on its back. It was a pair of blood-red wings, and each feather had a human face with a myriad of expressions. It looked like the wings were made up of countless souls. Its head also had a green face and fangs, and its eyes were the same as the eyes on its body, densely packed in an irregular pattern. 5 horns protruded from the top of his head in an irregular manner. 3 of them looked like buffalo horns, sika horns, and rhinoceros horns, but the remaining two horns looked like two strange sarcomas no matter how one looked at them. It was extremely disgusting. The strangest thing was that the monster's neck was like a beehive, densely packed with countless small holes. It looked like a bug's nest. This monster was simply pieced together by all kinds of strange things. From afar, one could smell the strong stench of a corpse from its body. This monster is definitely a monster cultivated by the blood of a quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong sensed a kind of emperor qi from its body. It was an aura that belonged to a quasi-immortal emperor, just like his own quasi-immortal emperor radiance. Roar! An earth-shattering roar burst out from the monster's throat, and pitch-black blood emerged from its eyes all over its body. It was the strange blood of darkness. The blood of darkness dripped from its green eyeballs, and then turned into bright symbols that quickly flew to Zhou Tong's side, turning into a peerless killing formation. "You're courting death." Zhou Tong was very decisive. With a wave of his hand, endless lightning appeared, turning into peerless divine swords that pierced through the void and time. A vast sea of lightning swords swept towards the monster. Boom! The sea of lightning swords collided with a black blood formation, instantly bursting out with dazzling light. The fierce and domineering lightning collided with the strange pitch-black blood, erupting with the terrifying light of the great Tao. The chaos was exploding, and the universe was about to be overturned. Clang! A pair of blood-red wings bloomed on his back. His soul light was like fire, burning the heavens, bringing with it a cold light, and an icy aura rolled over. As this pair of strange wings flapped, it swept towards Zhou Tong with supreme divine might. Boom! Zhou Tong's attack was also fierce. He was also a giant who gave birth to the light of a quasi-immortal emperor on the surface of his body. His methods were domineering. He slashed down with his palm, and the power of time and space in his palm boiled, turning into a divine saber. Moreover, he also used the Thunder Emperor technique, quickly fusing in his palm. Time, space, and lightning fused, as if the saber of heavens will slash down. Clang! The saber light collided with the soul fire. Immediately, thousands of symbols of the great Tao bloomed between the two, resisting in the rolling chaos. In the end, the soul fire was blasted away. The monster's body was also swaying, continuously retreating. Roar! The monster roared, the sharp horn on his head erupting with terrifying lightning. At the same time, the green eyes all over his body also released streaks of divine light, charging towards Zhou Tong together. This monster went crazy. He used a great divine ability without caring about anything, wanting to turn the situation around. Zhou Tong didn't give an inch, facing the attack head-on. He formed a fist seal with his hands, and the Overlord Bell above his head, fighting a great battle with this monster. The light between the two was resplendent, shining with eternal light. The terrifying divine light drowned out a large area of primal chaos. Endless runes of the Great Path surged like waves. Everything between heaven and earth became blurry. Only two figures were left entangled and fighting. Their speed was unbelievably fast. This monster's methods were strange, and he could attack from all over his body. Moreover, he had many strange methods that were impossible to guard against. Zhou Tong was not to be outdone. He constantly combined countless secret techniques in his hands. The Overlord Bell rumbled, and the bell waves melted the void, cutting off the long river of time. The two fought for thousands of moves, and it was incomparably intense. But in the end, Zhou Tong still came out on top. A thunderous sword pierced through the monster's body. Then, the thunderbolt exploded, blasting the monster's body into pieces. It had to be said that this monster's physical body had indeed been baptized by the blood of a quasi-immortal emperor. Even after suffering such an attack, it didn't completely explode, only breaking into a few pieces. But it was already showing signs of defeat, and Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't give it any chance to recover. Clang! The Overlord Bell shook leisurely, and the bell waves further crushed its physical body, and at the same time took away its primordial spirit. In the end, the bell swallowed, directly taking away everything of this monster. Chapter 11:18. In the end, this strange monster was suppressed by Zhou Tong within the Tyrant Bell. With the suppression of the 7 demonic stars left behind by the Little Stone Emperor, this monster was unable to resist at all. At this moment, Zhou Tong also heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed as he sat cross-legged and began to slowly recover his strength. After all, this monster was something that had been baptized by the blood of emperors. Zhou Tong had expended a lot of energy to take it down, and he had also suffered some injuries. Within the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, the spiritual qi in the 3 layers of the universe was continuously channeled into Zhou Tong's body. After a short while, his injuries were healed, and his body was filled with energy. This monster looks like something that has lost its mind, but it actually has some spiritual intelligence. Let me see where you came from and how you were born. Zhou Tong's glabella flashed, and the Tyrant Bell floated quietly in front of him. He began to refine the Tyrant Bell, and the 33 chaotic worlds within the bell suppressed down at the same time. Chaos pervaded the air, and wisps of brilliant immortal mist seeped out. There was also the Xianhuang, source qi, and the power of time and space condensed, and the suppressive power was simply terrifying. The monster roared. Its power was constantly suppressed by the Tyrant Bell, and its primordial spirit was also shattered by the bell waves. The memories in the primordial spirit were extracted bit by Zhou Tong. First, it was the origin of this monster, the cause of this place, and some other secrets. Then it was some scriptures, cultivation systems, and so on. The high heavens was vast and boundless, and there were countless celestial emperors like Daozu and Lu Jin. It was the place where the cultivation systems of the various heavens gathered. This was a place full of endless mysteries. Without the cultivation of an emperor level, the invitation of the high heavens, or luck, it was impossible to go up. If Zhou Tong wanted to understand the secrets of this place, he had to learn from the memories of these creatures that were closely related to the high heavens. The primordial spirit of the monster was also a chaotic little monster. Wisps of pitch-black light flew up like bursts of black smoke, and it looked ferocious and terrifying. That was the treasure trove of the monster's divine sense, and Zhou Tong forcefully extracted it. In that moment, strands of shrill, ghostly wails rang out. Countless ghostly figures that were grinning, sorrowful, pained, victorious, despairing, and resentful surfaced from his soul. They seemed to be the amalgamation of all the negative emotions in the world. Zhou Tong couldn't help but frown, his expression solemn. This monster was truly strange. His primordial spirit seemed to be the combination and refinement of the souls of countless living beings in some strange way. However, it did not contain any positive emotions. Instead, it was the combination of all negative emotions. However, Zhou Tong held back the feeling of disgust and continued to refine its consciousness. Soon, he discovered the core of the monster's memories. It was a strange graveyard. Rather than calling it a graveyard, it was better to call it a broken universe. A universe that had experienced endless wars and finally turned into ruins. One could see that there was an endless amount of earth and rocks floating in the void of the universe. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the so-called earth and rocks were actually shattered stars. They were huge and boundless. Countless shattered stars were densely arranged here. However, everything was dye black. Upon closer inspection of those star fragments, Zhou Tong saw countless living beings and innumerable mutilated corpses. And those corpses had come to life under the power of the dark matter. They were biting and fusing everywhere. At the same time, Zhou Tong saw a huge corpse from the monster's memories. He stood in this broken universe. He didn't know how high he was and couldn't see the end at all. His head was in the depths of a universe, and his feet were in the netherworld. This corpse was really too big. Just a strand of his hair that was casually draped over his shoulders was surrounded by stars, the sun, and the moon. A strand of hair was many times bigger than the sun, the moon, and the stars. Could this be the celestial emperor's burial pit? Could this thing be the so-called celestial emperor? Is this the corpse of a celestial emperor? Zhou Tong frowned. Even through this monster's memories, he could feel the terrifying divine might contained in this terrifying corpse. It was a kind of qualitative change that far surpassed the wisp of quasi-immortal emperor's light on the surface of his body. As he continued to study this monster's memories, Zhou Tong discovered that this monster's growth was like raising poisonous insects. The corpses that had been eroded by the dark matter regained their vitality and then fought, killed, and devoured each other. The whole process was very boring. It was all scenes of fighting. Moreover, the fighting wasn't very intense. Instead, it was a very strange way of fighting. I know. The emperor's blood in this guy's body wasn't really baptized by a quasi-immortal emperor or an immortal emperor. Instead, this monster devoured a part of the quasi-immortal emperor's corpse buried here. That's why it has such terrifying power. Zhou Tong instantly understood the source of this monster's power. However, this monster really might have come from the celestial emperor's burial pit. It's just that there aren't any restrictions in its memories. Zhou Tong was a little curious. He remembered that when he searched the souls of those cultivators from the Soul River, as long as he touched on the secrets of the Soul River, he would immediately trigger the restrictions. However, this monster from the Celestial Emperor's burial pit didn't trigger the restrictions at all? Could it be that this monster is just a poisonous insect cultivated by the Celestial Emperor's burial pit? It's not the real master of the Celestial Emperor's burial pit. It's not a disciple cultivated there. So there are no restrictions in its body? Zhou Tong could only guess. However, as he guessed, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel anxious. This was just a poisonous insect cultivated by someone else. It was impossible to know how many such monsters there were in the real Celestial Emperor's burial pit. As long as 10 of them appear together, no one in the heavens can stop them unless the Emperor-level existences in the heavens take action. Even I have to avoid them unless several immortal kings who have given birth to quasi-immortal emperors light attack together. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. Moreover, this was only at the level of a mortal king emperor's light. He didn't know if the other side could cultivate quasi-immortal emperor-level monsters. But what about the cause of this place? Zhou Tong continued to search the soul and soon discovered the cause of this place. This monster hadn't been intentionally released by the burial pit of heaven and earth. Instead, it had been thrown out. It had been forcefully thrown down from the heavens by some big shot. There were hundreds of monsters with it, but it was the only one that survived. In the monster's memories, it only saw a huge hand that blotted out the sky, grabbing a large area of the void, and then throwing it down from the heavens like garbage. It's really a garbage dump. The immortal emperors of the other systems above the heavens took action to prevent the darkness from polluting the heavens, so they threw these monsters down. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. This scene was extremely similar to the immortal realm during the chaotic antiquity era. The heavens above was just a higher-level immortal realm. Chapter 1119. This monster's cultivation system is actually a type of weapon fusion. No, this cultivation system was changed by him. Weapon fusion and body tempering had been turned into life tempering and body tempering by him. He fused with living beings and not weapons. Zhou Tong discovered this monster's cultivation system bit by bit. Weapon fusion was a supreme cultivation system above the high heavens. This system used weapons as the foundation to refine all kinds of divine weapons in the heavens to evolve. This monster had only inadvertently obtained this cultivation system, and then combined it with its own characteristics. It integrated everything about itself and created this extremely strange path of fusing life and body. This system can be considered a bit interesting, refining all kinds of weapons. If it can be refined into a quasi-immortal emperor weapon, it might be able to evolve into a quasi-immortal emperor expert. Zhou Tong's heart slightly moved. He thought of a very important thing, and that was that this system didn't seem to be contaminated by the darkness. Daozu of this system seems to be above the high heavens and hasn't been contaminated by the darkness. This is a good system, and it can be used by one of my true fates. Zhou Tong searched the monster's soul and found a reason why it obtained this system. This was the complete cultivation system he obtained after killing an immortal king above the high heavens. He also knew many of the key points of this cultivation system, so he modified this system. The path of another system, I'll have to take a closer look. Zhou Tong looked very carefully. He wanted to find the profundities of the system this monster obtained. He searched carefully and quickly passed through countless memories of battle and slaughter. He found a scripture left behind by the immortal king. This scripture wasn't long, only a few thousand words, but it had complicated changes. These thousands of words were formed by the supreme Tao runes. After this scripture was refined, the thousands of words were imprinted in the void. The words were constantly changing, forming a kind of extreme Tao evolution. There seemed to be a metallic luster shining in the void. Boundless changes. It went from simple to complicated, and then from complicated to simple. That was the supreme profundities of the immortal king scriptures, and it even included the refinement methods of numerous divine artifacts and immortal artifacts. Everything was condensed into a few thousand words. Not only did he inherit the Tao of that immortal king, but he also inherited the cultivation system of that immortal king. A brand new cultivation system slowly unfolded before Zhou Tong, revealing the most profound part of it. Vaguely, Zhou Tong saw a different great Tao, a different path that explained the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth from another aspect. Boom! The primal chaos surged as the void trembled. Not far away, the lake condensed from dark matter roiled violently. The great Tao between the heavens and the earth was boundless. This was a phenomenon produced by Zhou Tong comprehending a completely new cultivation system, and it shocked the world. After a long while, Zhou Tong finally stopped. He had roughly comprehended the mysteries of this scripture, and the most profound and core of it had been branded in his heart. This cultivation system is incredible. Zhou Tong reflected on the mysteries of this cultivation system in his heart. This cultivation method really sees the extreme mysteries of heaven and earth, and it made him feel emotional. This cultivation system smelted weapons into the body, and the cultivators of this cultivation system had an indissoluble bond with weapons. It could be said that this cultivation system had reached an unprecedented pinnacle in the Tao of weapon refinement. In front of their cultivation system, any method of refining artifacts that Zhou Tong had was far from being comparable to their cultivation system. Roar! Within the bell, the monster was still howling, full of indignation, anger, and humiliation. It had always been strong, but it had become a prisoner and was at the mercy of others. This was simply unimaginable. You must die. My lord will not let you go. Darkness is the ultimate destination of all heavens, and you are no exception. I curse you. You will die a horrible death. The monster continued to howl and curse, erupting with curse after curse. However, Zhou Tong didn't care at all. In any case, he was already at odds with places like the Soul River and the Heavenly Emperor Burial Pit. Killing one more or one less wouldn't make a difference. Rip! After getting what he wanted, Zhou Tong immediately used immortal light to completely purify the darkness matter in the monster's body. Although this monster was a creature of darkness, it didn't have an endless supply of darkness matter in its body. So-called creatures of darkness were essentially creatures created by darkness matter or creatures modified by darkness matter. The darkness matter in their bodies had been used to modify their primordial spirit and physical body, so there wasn't much of it. Thus, the portion of darkness matter in its body was easily purified. Time to leave. This monster is just right for Prince Tian's incarnation to absorb. Hopefully his world tree can grow. Zhou Tong turned and returned to Jiuqian City. Boom! Zhou Tong returned from the primordial chaos at the edge of Jiu Shidi's universe. A new great emperor has been born? As soon as Zhou Tong returned, he discovered some changes in the great Tao between heaven and earth. The situation of Tao suppressing all Taos had reappeared. The new great emperor is Taoist divine silkworm? I didn't expect you to confirm your Tao so quickly after your father's return. Zhou Tong's gaze swept over and immediately looked at Taoist divine silkworm. At this moment, Taoist divine silkworm was completely different from his drunken appearance back then. He was now high-spirited and had a majesty that was difficult to look at directly. However, after the divine emperor became an immortal king, the worldly essence of this world is clearly denser than before. The golden era is getting stronger and stronger. Zhou Tong sighed with emotion and returned to the divine realm. After returning to the divine realm, he immediately found Prince Tian's incarnation and threw the monster's corpse into the incarnation's inner world. Boom! As soon as the monster's corpse entered the inner world, it immediately began to burn. The burning of an immortal king was a terrifying sight. It was like a supernova explosion, releasing endless energy. Even the inner world of Prince Tian's incarnation seemed to be about to explode. The world absorbed the energy of the immortal king's burning body and rapidly expanded, its volume growing larger and larger. The worldly essence of heaven and earth further grew and became more abundant. The various minerals inside the world were also constantly evolving and being formed. The world tree in the inner world expanded to the extreme, constantly absorbing the energy produced by the burning of the immortal king's corpse. The world tree was growing further. One could see that the stars supported by each branch of the world tree were becoming more and more resplendent and dazzling. The roots of the world tree also became more and more dense, further spreading to all aspects of the world, turning into a huge net that trapped the entire world. Zhou Tong quietly watched the transformation of Prince Tian's incarnation. His aura rose and became stronger. Chapter 1120. It'll take at most 1,000 years to digest all of these things and reach the immortal king level. Zhou Tong calculated the growth rate of the emperor's avatar. I can't waste this period of time. I'll let another true fate appear. It'll be perfect for cultivating the weapon fusion and body refinement system. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across the 10 heavenly rings and landed on one of the true fates, 9 Nether AO. Weapons were objects of the Tao of killing. The cultivation system of fusing weapons to refine the body was definitely an incomparably ferocious cultivation system. In his body, only the Qilin, the immortal phoenix, and the 9 netherworlds AO had yet to materialize. The most suitable one for this cultivation system was naturally the 9 netherworlds AO. Come back to life, 9 netherworlds AO. Zhou Tong shone the reincarnation mirror at the 9 netherworlds AO true fate. Whoosh! The 9 netherworlds AO true fate disappeared into the 10 heavenly rings. At the same time, black and red lights gathered from all directions. At the same time, the world surged and spiritual essence condensed. The heavenly music of the great Tao was unceasing, and the laws of the universe intertwined and fell not far from Zhou Tong. Rumble! The laws of heaven and earth, the laws of the great Tao, and the essence of life intertwined together to form the 9 netherworlds AO with 3 eyes, a wolf's body, bull's horns, and a dragon's tail. Zhou Tong's 9 netherworlds AO true fate was officially reborn at this moment, becoming a true life form. It's really the same as the 9 netherworlds AO true fate from before. It's a different cultivation realm from the moment it's born. Zhou Tong looked at the mysterious and unfathomable runes in the body of the Mole King's true fate. Those are the runes of the 9 Serenity's Python treasure technique, and also the runes that the world had modified according to Zhou Tong's true fate to be more compatible with him. However, this cultivation is useless. It's time to cultivate again. Zhou Tong thought, and the nine netherworlds, true fate's body, suddenly evaporated into wisps of red and black light. And these wisps of light directly poured into Prince Tian's avatar. In any case, this was an emperor-level cultivation, and it couldn't be wasted. It was just the right thing to use as nourishment for Prince Tian's avatar. The aura of the nine nether python began to weaken little by little. In just a short while, it had lost all of its cultivation. The strength of the weapon fusion and body refinement cultivation system lies in what kind of weapon you can refine into your body. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, he took out a piece of darkness immortal gold that was the size of a human head. True fire burned in his palm, and in an instant, this piece of immortal gold was refined into a cauldron. This cauldron was equivalent to the natal divine weapon of a cultivator in the early stage of the Four Extremes secret realm, and the law used to refine this cauldron happened to be the runes of the nine nether python treasure technique, which was just right for the nine nether python life to refine. Weapon fusion was a very dangerous cultivation system. If one rashly fused a weapon that was too powerful into one's body, it was very likely that one's body would explode due to being unable to withstand it. Moreover, the prerequisite for refining a weapon was that one had to fully comprehend the Grand Tao laws contained within the weapon. Only by fully comprehending these would one have the qualifications to refine the weapon into one's body. Therefore, there is no such thing as a cultivator with an extremely high cultivation level giving a Celestial King weapon or a mortal weapon to a junior, so that the junior could refine the Celestial King weapon and achieve instant success. This cultivation system seemed very simple, but in reality, it also required a lot of time to comprehend the Grand Tao. Of course, this was the case for other people. Zhou Tong's nine nether python life was naturally not that complicated. It contained all of Zhou Tong's comprehension of the Grand Tao. Naturally, the most difficult part of this cultivation system was directly eliminated. It only needed to proceed step by step, and it would naturally grow step by step. Boom! The scripture of a nine nether python life reversal system opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet flame that enveloped the cauldron made of darkness immortal gold. This kind of flame was a special kind of true fire formed by the nine nether python after cultivating this system of scripture. Only weapons that had been refined by this kind of true fire could be integrated into one's body. The scarlet flame burned fiercely and continuously refined the darkness immortal gold cauldron. The clanging sound was endless. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the entire tempering process was like forging iron. Half a month later, the clanging sound finally stopped. The darkness immortal gold cauldron shook violently and turned into a black stream of light that merged into a black scale on the nine nether python life. One could clearly see that after this scale merged with the darkness immortal gold cauldron, it was completely different from the other scales. It emitted a cold and dark metallic luster. This scale didn't look like a scale anymore. It gave people the feeling of a magic treasure. Crash! After the dark immortal gold cauldron merged with the scale, the nine serenity's python true life could feel a strange, pitch-black energy radiating from a scale. It entered his body and rushed towards his limbs and bones, nourishing his body. His flesh and blood gradually produced a crystalline metallic luster. This cultivation system is truly mysterious. This transformation is somewhat similar to that of a metal-eating beast. However, it is clearly stronger than a metal-eating beast. Zhou Tong watched the entire process from the side and thought to himself, Metal Eater was a powerful and rare ancient beast enshrouding Heavenworld. This ancient beast could swallow and refine all kinds of weapons. The process of becoming stronger was very similar to this cultivation system. Back when Zhou Tong was on his way to the Witness Realm, he had encountered one. However, that gold-eating beast was too weak. Although it had obtained a weapon made of black dragon gold, it had been unable to refine it for countless years. In the end, Zhou Tong had killed it. It was clear that the Metal Eater's ability to swallow and refine weapons was a natural ability. However, this kind of innate ability couldn't be compared to the other path of cultivation. In terms of the efficiency of refining weapons and the strength retained, it was far inferior to the normal weapon fusion body tempering system. Another weapon. Zhou Tong flipped his hand, and a piece of black patterned gold appeared in his palm. Then, Zhou Tong quickly refined it into a blade. This blade shi was clearly a step higher than the darkness immortal gold cauldron from before. It reached the peak of the 4 extreme secret realms. He gave the blade to the 9 nether python real life. Suddenly, a red flame burned and heaven and earth kept ringing. But this time, Zhou Tong clearly noticed that there were some changes in the crimson flames. There were wisps of indistinguishable black in the middle of the flames. It seemed to be dyed by the darkness immortal gold from before. The fire has also changed. It seems that the fire will continue to grow as the weapon is refined. Zhou Tong thought. Although he had comprehended this system of scriptures, comprehending it was one thing, and actually seeing someone cultivate it was another. The result and comprehension were completely different. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. The flame disappeared, and the black patterned gold blade turned into a stream of light and merged with the 9 nether python real life's fangs. At the same time, a strange black energy entered the 9 nether python real life's body from the fangs. Chapter 1121. After the black airflow from the dragon-patterned black gold saber merged with his body, Zhou Tong suddenly realized that the black airflow had a mysterious reaction with the airflow from the dark, immortal gold cauldron. After operating according to the arcane method recorded in the system, the black airflow that had merged with the 9 nether python life suddenly changed, making its body stronger and stronger. Its flesh and blood seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. If I gather all the immortal gold, I'm afraid that I'll be invincible in the later stages of this cultivation system. When Zhou Tong saw this, he had some understanding in his heart. After this cultivation system devoured all the materials, it would definitely advance to an unimaginable realm. At the very least, its physical body would be invincible. Soon, the 9 nether python life digested this weapon and completely imprinted it on its body. Continue. Zhou Tong did not hesitate. He took out piece after piece of immortal gold and began to refine weapons. Dragon-patterned black gold, bright white gold, eternal blue gold, phoenix blood red gold. All kinds of immortal gold were taken out by Zhou Tong to refine weapons. For a moment, the metal aura around him soared into the sky and clanged loudly. Soon, weapons appeared in Zhou Tong's hands one after another. There are ordinary weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, as well as special weapons such as bells, cauldrons, towers, mirrors, and so on. All kinds of weapons came out of the furnace, each stronger than the last. The 9 nether python life refined them in order. It started from the weak weapons and refined them step by step to the powerful ones. In half a month's time, it refined a weapon. Every time it refined a weapon, it could see strands of great Tao imprint on the 9 nether python life's body. In just 2 years, the 9 nether python life had refined 48 weapons of different shapes and sizes. The great Tao runes of all kinds of weapons were imprinted on the 9 nether python life's flesh, scales, bones, and blood. The immortal gold's metal aura was also integrated into the 9 nether python life's body bit by bit, constantly strengthening its body and making it tougher. Different types of immortal gold also began to mix in the 9 nether python life's body, becoming more and more terrifying. Gradually, Zhou Tong vaguely had a strange feeling in his heart. The 9 nether python life was no longer alive, but the most ferocious weapon. The metal aura that was frighteningly dense in its body intensified this point. At the end of this cultivation system, is it smelting weapons to refine the body, or is it refining one's body into a weapon? Zhou Tong could not help but wonder when he reached this point. However, the nine hells' infernal true fate had already embarked on this path, so there was no point in thinking about it. Moreover, the runes of the great Tao of this weapon are branded on my body. It feels a bit similar to the cultivation of the chaotic ancient technique. There was no nether Zhou, nether Python life, God Python life's the Python Tao, and nine nether Python life. There is no way. There. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then took out a large amount of chaos soil and began to refine weapons. Previously, he had used immortal gold to refine weapons. Now, he finally changed the material. Previously, the weapons could only be considered Imperial Divine weapons. This time, however, he was going to refine weapons that were at the level of holy weapons. Inside the weapons, there was a god's weapon that belonged to him. In the end, the chaos soil was refined into a chaos cauldron. The process of devouring the cauldron was the same as before. Reddish-black primordial fire emerged from the nine nether Python life's body and wrapped around the chaos cauldron. However, this time, the refining time was not just half a month, but half a year's time. Just like before, the chaos cauldron turned into a stream of light and integrated into the spleen of the nine nether Python life. Buzz. However, the refining this time was different from before. This weapon had a god. So in order to completely refine this weapon, he had to suppress the god and refine it into his own primordial spirit. The divine light was shocking, illuminating the sky. As the chaos cauldron was refined, the god in the cauldron had completely merged with the primordial spirit of the nine nether Python life. At this moment, the nine nether Python life's glabella seemed to have a sun burning. The light moved the sky and shot out from the top of the skull, shocking the universe. However, the divine light quickly calmed down. After all, the chaos cauldron was refined by Zhou Tong. It was specially made for the nine nether Python life to devour. It did not reject the power of the nine nether Python life at all. Naturally, it merged together. However, after the divine light calmed down, the nine nether Python life fell into a new realm. At this moment, all kinds of mysterious visions appeared in the nine nether Python life's body. The cauldron suppressed space, the bell suppressed time, the divine sword split space, the void reflected, the parts that he had refined before were all shining. Countless lines and runes of the great path appeared and reflected in the void. The nine nether Python life's transformation had begun. It's finally starting to transform. According to this cultivation system, this transformation is a chance to combine all the runes of the weapons from before. It's also a chance to conceive the great path. Zhou Tong's eyes were deep as he stared at his nine nether Python life without blinking. In this cultivation system, every weapon that was refined had its own trace of the great path. Therefore, every time a cultivator reached a certain level, they would need to spend time to integrate those great paths, otherwise, the great path traces of those weapons would most likely conflict. Clang, clang. There were sounds of swords clashing on the nine nether Python life's body. One could see that the refined weapons were slowly flying out of its body. Then they arranged themselves in a new way and were refined to different parts of the body. This transformation solved the problem quickly because before, these weapons were all refined by Zhou Tong. Moreover, the runes of the great path on them all belonged to the nine nether Python treasured art. The nine nether Python life was very familiar with the runes and easily found a way to integrate them. Next, it's time to try using other people's weapons. Zhou Tong casually threw out a large pile of holy weapons. Many of them were spoils of war from his path of proof back in the day. Of course, the materials of these weapons were very poor. They couldn't be compared to immortal gold at all. Therefore, Zhou Tong directly used immortal gold, Chaos Earth, and Xian Wang Qi to duplicate a batch of weapons that were exactly the same. Then, he transferred the runes and runes of these weapons into the duplicates. Finally, he gave this batch of holy weapons to the nine nether Python life to devour and refine. This time, the refining speed was a bit slower. It was a bit difficult to integrate other people's Tao into his body. Most importantly, the runes of these holy weapons would resist, which increased the difficulty. Moreover, every time he refined a holy weapon, he had to spend some time to reintegrate the runes of these weapons. This was also a whole new process of understanding Tao. He wanted to integrate these different great paths into his 9 Nether Python treasured art to further strengthen his treasured art and runes. But in the end, this batch of holy weapons was completely refined. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 Nether Python life's cultivation, especially the runes and runes in its body. He thought of scripture. It was one of the founders of the immortal ancient methods, the scripture of the Golden Crow race's ancestor, the sky-swallowing celestial burning art. Using one's own treasured art as the core to refine the great paths of the heavens and the treasured arts of many races. This is the sky-swallowing celestial burning art. I didn't think that this kind of weapon refining system would cross paths with the immortal ancient methods. Refining treasured arts became refining runes of weapons. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The 9 Nether Python life now used its own 9 Nether Python treasured art as the core to refine all kinds of weapons. Chapter 1122. The Grand Tao returns to one. Any system at the highest level is interconnected. Zhou Tong felt something as he watched the 9 Nether Python True Fate's cultivation process. He couldn't help but think about the cultivation systems he knew and gradually fell into a state of enlightenment. For an entire year, Zhou Do sat quietly on the ground. Inside his 10 Heavens Divine Ring, his clam True Fate and Thunder Monarch True Fate, which had already turned into the 6th secret realm, shone even more brilliantly. The light around him was so bright that it looked like a flame that could burn through the void or an exploding sun. The terrifying light swept across the heaven and earth. At the same time, the immortal light inside Zhou Tong's body became more active than ever. It wanted to spread out and connect with the 3rd True Fate, turning it into a part of the 6th secret realm. However, in the end, he didn't understand enough and hadn't created a method to fuse the 3rd True Fate with it. Thus, the immortal light stopped. Even though it was much brighter than before, it still wasn't enough to fuse the 3rd True Fate with the 6th secret realm. Still lacking a bit. I still don't understand enough. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. There was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. However, he looked at the 9 Nether Python Fate and got to work again. He continued to refine weapons. During this year, the weapons he refined for the 9 Nether Python True Fate had all been refined. Now, it was time to refine another batch. Right now, the 9 Nether Python life was already at the Saint Realm, so it was basically refining holy artifacts. These were all the Saint weapons Zhou Tong obtained on the path of Tao verification. After replacing them with immortal materials, he directly gave them to the 9 Nether Python True Fate to fuse with the chains. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 9 Nether Python True Fate had successfully cultivated to the peak of the extreme Tao and was only half a step away from the true immortal realm. During this process, the number of weapons he had refined had reached 800, and there were even more than 20 Emperor weapons. These Emperor weapons were duplicated by Zhou Tong back then from the group of sovereigns he had killed. Zhou Tong had refined those sovereigns' weapons into his Tyrant Bell, so duplicating their weapons was very simple. A true immortal's weapon is a bit difficult to deal with, but it's a good opportunity to let it try refining the weapons of other worlds. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately brought over a large batch of divine artifacts from Coiling Dragon World from the Heavenly Horned Ant's True Will. Lesser deity artifacts, medium deity artifacts, high god artifacts, master deity artifacts. However, refining these divine artifacts was very simple. In just half a year, these tens of thousands of divine artifacts were refined. This was because these divine weapons didn't contain any rules of Great Tao. The divine weapons of the Coiling Dragon World were accumulated over time and nurtured by the gods with their own divine power and spiritual awareness. Each divine weapon only possessed power, not any rules of Great Tao. It's easy to refine the divine weapons of the Coiling Dragon World, But what about refining godhoods? Every godhead contains the corresponding profundities of the laws. From a certain point of view, it's completely possible to treat the godhead as a special weapon. Zhou could not help but become curious when he thought of this. He brought over several 100,000 high god divine artifacts, handing them over to the 9 netherworlds, Ao, true will. As these hundreds of thousands of divine sparks were absorbed, Zhou saw an enormous 9 hell python dharma emerge around the 9 hell python true fate. This dharma was composed entirely of the profound Tao of Pan Longworld, and was formed from the profound Tao of Pan Longworld. These laws were too powerful and too special, difficult to merge into the 9 netherworlds, Ao, true will's body. Fate laws, life laws, death laws, destruction laws, 7 great elemental laws, countless laws, and laws formed the 9 netherworlds Ao projection. But it was clear that these laws and laws were too scattered, not forming a system. It was to the extent where even the 9 netherworlds Ao projection was unstable, giving off a feeling of dissipation. This is troublesome. Coiling Dragon World's cultivation system is still too special in the end, difficult to completely merge into. I can only ask the heavenly horned ant true will for help. Zhou casually waved his hand, directly sending the 9 netherworlds Ao true will to the heavenly horned ant true will's side, allowing it to directly obtain Coiling Dragon World's laws and profundities from the heavenly horned ant true will. The 9 netherworlds Ao true will most likely need another 1,000 years to achieve immortality. However, Prince Tian's incarnation is about to officially become an immortal king. Zhou looked towards Prince Tian's incarnation on the side. Right now, it had already reached the final stages of digesting that monster. Inside his body, that monster's body had long been burned to the point of exhaustion. Everything once again turning into the most fundamental power, merging into Prince Tian's incarnation's inner world. At the same time, the great Tao fluctuations produced by its Tao transformation were also pretty much digested by the inner world during these 1,000 years. A world tree released resplendent radiance. Endless power surged, suppressing this world, stabilizing it. That monster was an existence that had obtained half immortal emperor, or even immortal emperor blood after all. After completely digesting it, the world tree already grew to a terrifying degree. Every leaf of this world tree held up a large area of the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if every leaf was a star region. After this period of growth, this tree was already completely different from before. Its entire body released 5-colored, multicolored light, as if it was cast from 5 elements in mortal gold. It was too resplendent. The 5-colored light took root in the universe, covering the entire world, vast and boundless. The old tree bark split apart, releasing 5-colored multicolored light and primal chaos mist. The old bark was even more so like giant dragon scales, ancient and great, carrying an aura that could split heaven and earth apart. The world tree had finally matured. Wonlong, the world tree matured. A type of perfect great Tao aura immediately erupted from Prince Tian's incarnation's body. His entire being, regardless of whether it was his divine sense or flesh, they both underwent a transformation in this instant, quickly becoming stronger. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the immortal king realm, reaching a completely new height. There is no immortal king, great tribulation descending. Zhou stared blankly, a bit shocked. This kind of cultivation system would not undergo tribulation, even if one cultivated to the immortal king realm. Oh, I more or less understand. This kind of cultivation system cultivates the world. The formation of the world naturally has no calamities or tribulations. It has always been the world that descends calamities and tribulations on the cultivator. Who can descend calamities and tribulations on the world? Zhou understood. He looked at Prince Tian's incarnation again. Although he had just broken through to the immortal king realm, whether it was his physical body or divine sense, he was not like an ordinary immortal king. He was at the peak of the immortal king realm. Ordinary half-immortal kings breaking through to the immortal king realm were not as good as Prince Tion's incarnation. To be able to cultivate to perfection with this kind of cultivation system, it actually means that his physical body and divine sense have reached the standard to bear the weight of the world. There is no need for a heavenly tribulation to test him. Zhou Tong said softly. Next, we can start cultivating a brand new world tree for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Zhou Tong looked at Prince Tion's incarnation. Chapter 1123. The Inner World of Prince Tion's Avatar. The world tree had completely taken shape. Its massive body emitted a 5-colored radiance. Every leaf supported a resplendent starry sky with endless stars revolving around the tree. This was a mature world tree, a world tree that had reached grand completion in the truest sense. However, at this time, all of the radiance on the tree suddenly condensed toward a single spot on the tree. The resplendent radiance, endless runes of the Grand Tao, and boundless life essence were all condensing at that spot, causing the spot to be dazzling even under the starry sky of the world tree. This resplendent radiance even blocked out the starlight on the tree. This was the world tree nurturing a brand new world tree sapling. The world tree sapling was the most precious Tao harmonizing immortal seed back in the immortal ancient era. In order to obtain this item, apart from trying one's luck in the depths of the primordial chaos and finding the primordial chaos left behind when the world was created, the biggest possibility was for the world tree to nurture a descendant. Whether it was in the immortal ancient era or the 9 heavens 10 earths, how could an ordinary person get the world tree to nurture a descendant? One had to know that the world tree was one of the foundations of a world. There would always be an immortal king guarding it. So who could affect it? Only an immortal king could do this. Moreover, it had to be a powerful immortal king with good relations to have the other immortal kings agree to let the world tree nurture a descendant. However, this was not difficult for Zhou Tong's Prince Tian avatar, because he was the Lord of the world. At this moment, the inner world of Prince Tian's avatar was completely dark. That spot had condensed all of the world tree's radiance. Resplendent, dazzling, Zhou Tong, who was sitting cross-legged next to Prince Tian, could clearly see that the avatar's aura was also faintly weakening. In order to nurture a descendant, the power of the world tree had to be condensed. This would definitely damage the world tree. Therefore, the aura of the cultivators in the inner world would also decrease along with the world tree's damage. Rumble. 1,000 years passed in a flash. Finally, the resplendent radiance of Prince Tian's avatar dissipated. It was replaced by a 5-colored seed that floated down from the world tree. It contained an extremely powerful life force. Zhou Tong reached out and pulled the seed out of Prince Tian's body. At the same time, he looked at the Emperor's incarnation and thought to himself, "Oh, the damage isn't too great. It's easy to recover, but it'll be difficult to nurture another one. According to my calculations, the world tree in his body needs at least 500,000 years to give birth to another descendant." Zhou Tong immediately shifted his gaze from the heavenly emperor, releasing multicolored light. Multicolored light was dense, containing a type of terrifying vitality, as expected of the seed of the world tree. Just its vitality alone is much stronger than the Qilin seed and Bodhi seed I obtained back then. If this seed is eaten by someone, I'm afraid that even a mortal can immediately become an immortal. Zhou Tong praised and then moved his hands. Clang! A metallic sound seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Strands of laws and order flew out from Zhou Tong's palms and imprinted into the seed. Endless laws and order turned into divine chains of order. As time passed, more and more of them appeared. In the end, countless divine chains of order turned into a resplendent waterfall that drowned the seed. He was planting his own hands and feet on the seed of the world tree. A long time ago, Zhou Tong decided to create a world tree for the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Moreover, it was a meticulously designed one. It couldn't be the world tree from the immortal domain or the 9 heavens, 10 earths before. As the number of immortal kings increased, the environment of the 9 heavens, 10 earths would become better and better. The lifespan of living beings would also become more and more abundant. In the future, they might even return to the immortal ancient era where longevity was abundant. When that time came, the immortal emperors might have a lifespan of close to 10 million years. However, Zhou Tong didn't want the future generations to have such a long lifespan. Although the heaven-shrouding art was powerful, it wasn't that much stronger than the other cultivation systems. The most powerful thing about the cultivators of this world was their struggle. The struggle between life and death, the struggle against the heavens. Only in a world with limited lifespans like this could the cultivators be forced to the brink of madness. Only then could the potential of all cultivators be forced out. Only then could the most powerful cultivators be created. They could even shock the heavens. In other words, the strong were mostly forced out. Therefore, for the sake of the entire world, Zhou Tong decided to do something to the world tree to suppress the longevity material that was born in the entire world. Boom! Finally, Zhou Tong's hand stopped moving. The divine chains of order that filled the sky also slowly disappeared. At this moment, Zhou Tong completely completed the modification of the world tree seed. The future world tree will gather 99% of the longevity material born in the entire world. The excess longevity material can only extend the immortal emperor's lifespan to about 30,000 years. Zhou Tong looked at the 5-colored seed in his hand. He casually planted it at the core of the divine realm and poured divine spring water over it. Crack! The 5-colored seed cracked open, releasing strands of chaotic energy. Thousands of streaks of light seeped out from the cracks. Boom! At this moment, the entire divine realm trembled. A powerful surge of life essence exploded from the seed, instantly filling the entire divine realm. For a moment, all living beings in the divine realm felt their bodies lighten. Some cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans even felt that their lifespans were replenished. A branch that glowed with 5-colored light slowly grew from the seed. Then, roots appeared and took root in the soil of the divine realm. The world tree seedling was beginning to grow. In the future, after this world tree gathers all the longevity material in the entire world, it will give birth to a fruit similar to a divine medicine that will allow people to live a second life. This is my gift to the entire world. Zhou Tong smiled as he looked at the budding world tree. Currently, the only immortal divine medicine left in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the true dragon divine medicine, was in Yi Fan's hands. The immortal phoenix divine medicine was in Emperor Wu Shi's hands. As for the remaining divine medicines, they were all in Zhou Tong's hands. There were almost no other immortal divine medicines in the entire world. Therefore, it was much more difficult for cultivators in this world to live a second life than it had been before. And now, this world tree was something that Zhou Tong had deliberately created to make up for the immortal divine medicine. In the future, as long as one could attain Tao, they could pluck a fruit from the tree and live a second life. Some lucky cultivators, or those who were outstanding enough, would even have a chance to obtain immortal divine medicine. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.